not sleeping on a cot in front of this table here.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I feel that too. I mean, I love what I do. I love what our mission is, but I'm not sure I want to pile up some pillows and call it a night right here.
Well, I know my kid wasn't happy when I told him on the way home that Mom's coming back to work today. And maybe Sunday.
Wow.
He was a little bit.
Well, you know what?
Not too thrilled.
The one thing I will say is that I am normally working on Saturdays and Sundays, so this is nothing new for me. Yeah. I'm good with it. But it is certainly rocking a lot of people's worlds, because I think many folks were hoping that we had a conclusion Friday, or that maybe they would say, you know what, take a break, go home for the weekend, and we'll start back on Monday.
Yeah, I really thought, of course, I'm always wrong about juries, so I'm par for the course. I really thought we would have a decision yesterday, but, no, we did
Teresa,
not.
How do you plan to watch the Aggie game?
I guess I'll just do as I've been doing with my Rangers and just watching on my app.
You're going to have two streams
and keeping
going?
track of it there. I know, exactly. You never know, right? You never know exactly what will be going on at that time. I will admit, if it's extremely a busy time, I will just have to rely on push alerts from ESPN or whatever.
Cool. Well, Teresa, thank you so much for popping in on us, and I have no doubt that we'll be speaking again later today, and perhaps with Jason.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, okay, well, you guys take care, and if we see or hear anything, I mean, clearly, as I said, there's been several DPS troopers. In fact, there's one down there, and that's about the only action we've seen here today so far. More troopers and media members than anybody else.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Teresa. We appreciate it. Okay.
Sounds good. Bye guys.
All right.
Well, not much going on. The rotunda's empty. The scout troops and choirs haven't started showing up yet, the usual Saturday in the Capitol, and it looks like all things are quiet and just kind of waiting to see what the Senate does, whether and when.
What I mean, and before we take a break, what does that tell you, Bud? I mean, I'm asking you to read tea leaves because you're the political person.
What does it tell me, that the Capitol's empty? I mean, we've talked about the gallery being empty for days, that the busloads of supporters didn't show up. I think it's just, it's Saturday, and I think that even the people who were following this intently yesterday have kind of, are off on their weekend activity, and they've left it to the senators. I think the senators have come back. They probably are pretty well settled on what they are planning to do, and at some point now they will go through kind of a rehearsal. They'll say, okay, we're going to talk about how it'll go, and this is how it'll go, and let's go through the 16 articles, and okay, who's going to vote which way, and they'll just rehearse once they decide.
I mean, you think there'll be an actual rehearsal?
They know, so that when they come out, it's not a surprise. I think most of their votes are rehearsed, and so they'll come out and kind of go through it and say, okay, all right, that's how, they'll just say, how's this going to work? And so they're kind of practice and go through how it's going to work.
Well, they kind of had a trial run with the motions.
With the motions beforehand.
From day one, because the way I understand it is voting will be much the same as what we saw there, which was that each senator voted, and then they polled them each individually, and they had to say their vote out loud. Right.
Each senator votes in writing randomly, and then they poll them to double check their vote, to verify their vote, and that'll be 16 times.
And then depending on what happens there, we could have 16 times. Well, no, we wouldn't have 16 times. If he is sustained on one of the articles, then you would have one more vote, right?
On whether to remove,
on whether or not to bar.
On whether or not to bar him from future, I did not look that up in the rules. So.
Yeah, because that motion that would have combined those votes was withdrawn by the prosecution. So.
I did find out that if the office is vacated, then the special election next year, and we don't know when it would be, but the special election would be kind of what they call a jungle primary. It would be wide open, Democrats, Republicans, anybody could run, no separate primaries, and then there'd be a runoff for the last two people. You would think there'd be a Democrat and a Republican in the runoff, but the last time we had one of these in a congressional race here, 2 Republicans wound up in the runoff.
Yeah, so, and I've still got questions that are sitting in my email box, and at some point we'll kind of get to them today, folks. I think we're in for a long day, so I think we'll have plenty of time. one person that did put in the chat just now asking how deliberations work and if there's a senator in charge and do they go one by one. The deliberations are going to go exactly however the senators feel like. I mean, this is not, in a typical jury trial, you would have a jury four-person elected. Everybody has to be in the room, yada, yada. This is not that. I sincerely doubt you would have a jury four-person. I mean, can you imagine the horse race on picking who that would be? So I think it's just going to be kind of what Bud is talking about, is this horse race of who gets to the numbers they need, and then they come out and they do the vote, and then we see one way or the other how this is going to shake out.
They talk it out, they argue it out, and then they try to move, see if they can swap. Right now, what we have going on is normal Senate political handling, the way it would work on any bill. They're talking about who's going to vote what way, and what about coming over to my side, and so forth. The only person who seems close to a jury foreman is Senator Birdwell, who chaired the committee that wrote the rules. They seem to be coming to him to ask, okay, what do we do now and what do we do next? He seems to be the captain of this ship. But I don't think he has the same role as a jury foreman who's trying. He certainly doesn't have to rally everybody to a unanimous verdict or to reach a verdict at all.
Where do we think he stands? I mean, it's tea leaves here. So
he voted against the motions. He voted to continue with the trial. He's generally aligned with the faith and values. Of course, he's strongly aligned with Lieutenant Governor Patrick, but he's also aligned with some of the Chip Roy faith and values conservatives who are a little worried about the value of Ken Paxton's Christian witness. And so he may not be, he didn't vote to stop the trial. And, he is somebody,
which is telling.
Right. And so he is somebody that will be interesting to see. It was interesting that he did not vote with the others to stop the trial. And so it'll be interesting to see where Senator Birdwell falls. He represents, his predominantly Waco, but his district creeps up into Mansfield and South DFW area, and he lives in Granbury.
We'll see. Okay, folks, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna play. One of the things we're gonna do while we are basically on verdict watch here, we're gonna play kind of some of the best testimony or the most interesting testimony, key testimony. So we're gonna play David Maxwell. David Maxwell was the former Texas Ranger who was the director of law enforcement, and then I think after we play that, we're going to, by then we'll have all our guests here. We also have Matt Yarbrough coming. He's going to be our legal guest today. And then we'll at some point later this morning, we're going to replay the closing arguments and talk through them as we, I guess, kind of tap dance through the day a little bit. And, we just have no idea how long we will be here, but we will be here to the end, whatever that end is. So. Well, thank you for joining us, and let's take a listen to David Maxwell.
Senate, the Senate of Texas impeachment. Charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. Shall be the truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. So help me God. Please be seated. You may begin.
If you'll move that microphone pretty close, we have a little problem with acoustics in here. Please tell the senators your name. Yep. Yeah.
There we go. My name is David Maxwell.
Mr. Maxwell, your last position with the Attorney General was as Director of Law Enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about your law enforcement career. Can you tell us where you started and when?
I started in 1972 with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I went through the patrol school, graduated April 6 of 1973. Spent 8 years working highway patrol in Harris County. I promoted to narcotics in 1981 and worked narcotics in Harris County for 5 years. Then promoted to Texas Rangers in 1986.
Let me stop you there just for a second. Those of us who were raised in Texas know a lot about, or think we know a lot about the Texas Rangers. What does it take to become a Texas Ranger?
First of all, you have to have 8 years of experience with DPS to be able to apply for the position. When I applied in 1986, it was a little different than it is now, but we had to take a written examination to qualify to go before the oral interview board, and then they would score the oral interview board and combine the two, and then they took the top 5 people and put them on a list for 1 year. If you didn't get promoted in that 1 year, you went back to the first step and started over.
How long did you serve the state of Texas as a Texas Ranger?
25 years as Texas Ranger.
And when you left the Ranger service, where did you go?
I went to the Texas Attorney General's office.
What was your first position there?
My first position was Deputy Director of Law Enforcement.
And did you promote to the Director of Law Enforcement?
I did.
I want to pull up for, please, the organizational chart. It'll be in front of you. And I'll ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay.
Your name and, your name has been highlighted, and it appears to be on a level with other deputies. So what was your rank in the Attorney General's office as it relates to the Deputy Attorney Generals?
I was the Executive Deputy over Law Enforcement Division.
Is that an equal rank with the deputies that were deputies over the other divisions of the Attorney General's office?
Yes, and I was the most senior deputy.
Most senior, how?
I had more time as an executive deputy than the others who were working with me at that time.
How many employees, law enforcement officers and support staff, as well as attorneys, did you supervise?
I had about 350 employees, 205 were commissioned officers, and 19 of them were attorneys.
Were those employees spread out across the state, or were they only in Austin?
We had a majority of them in Austin, but we also had offices around the state.
What is and was, when you were director, the authority of the Law Enforcement Division of the Attorney General's office?
The authority was that of other peace officers in the state. We had jurisdiction over any type of crime that would be committed against the state of Texas.
Did you have a criteria for opening a case as an investigator to be investigated by the Attorney General's Office Criminal Division?
I did.
What was that criteria?
This is the criteria that I set up for investigating public officials. So I had certain requirements. And first of all, I reviewed all the requests that came in for investigations on public officials. And we had a lot of requests, and I didn't approve but just a few every year. We already worked as many cases on public corruption as the Texas Rangers have statutory authority. So we worked.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Excuse me. Non-responsive. The question was, what was your criteria?
What was your criteria for opening an investigation?
The criteria was at first I had to have a sworn signed statement from the person who was making the allegation. The second thing was that I had to have a letter from the district attorney who had jurisdiction over the possible cases, saying that they would prosecute those cases if we were able to prove that a case was viable.
Why did you have a criteria such as that, particularly when it comes to investigating public officials?
I set up the criteria in order not to be pulled into situations that are strictly political in nature. I did not want us to be in the position of investigating public officials when there was really no crime being committed.
And did this criteria particularly apply to investigations of public integrity?
Yes.
Do you know who was the district attorney in Travis County in the year 2020?
Margaret Moore.
Did you have a good relationship with Margaret Moore?
I did.
I want to get right to the matters here. Were you asked in some way to meet with a person named Nate Paul?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Jeff Mateer.
Where did Jeff Mateer tell you who had told him to have you meet with Nate Paul?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay under 803 and 801E2D, Your Honor, with respect.
Mr. Mateer is not alleged to have been a co-conspirator. Objection, hearsay.
It's not.
Hold on one moment. Hold on. And we've been doing a really good job of not using a lot of numbers. I have my whole chart here. It's better for just to say what the answer objection is, but this is why I have legal counsel here.
Yes, it's 801
Yes.
E2D.
Overruled.
All right, you may state your answer. And the question is, did Mr. Mateer tell you who ordered him to order you to meet with Nate Paul?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said General Paxton ordered me to meet with this individual, that he had a story to tell.
At about the same time, did you hear from an employee of the Travis County District Attorney's Office about Nate Paul?
I did.
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but when you first were asked to meet with Nate Paul, did you do some research of your own?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found on the internet that...
Excuse me, with all due respect to Ranger Maxwell, if he's going to recite information that he obtained doing his research, that would be hearsay.
It goes to his state of mind in conducting the investigation, Your Honor, and thus is not hearsay.
It is hearsay.
Well,
Overruled. Continue.
okay. So what did you find when you made your initial investigation of Nate Paul?
I found that Nate Paul was being investigated by the FBI, that they had run search warrants in August of 2019 on his business and his home and a storage facility. I found articles in business journals that talked about lawsuits.
Excuse me. Objection, hearsay. Articles in business journals, that's definitionally hearsay.
Again, it goes to his state of mind, and it's the same, he's answering the same question that the court allowed.
With all due respect, he can testify to what's in his mind under this exception. He can't testify as what the article said.
Sustained.
Nonetheless, did you form an opinion of your state of mind?
I did.
And what was that?
My opinion that Nate Paul was a criminal and that we should not be associated with Nate Paul.
At about the same time, did you receive a communication from the Travis County District Attorney's Office?
I did.
Your Honor, we have an agreement on House Exhibit 615, which we moved to introduce.
Could I see it, Dick, real quick? I'm sure you're right. Yes. No objection.
It's been admitted. Both sides have agreed.
If we could bring up closer, yeah. I'm being told to tell you to get closer to the mic.
Mr. Maxwell, they just asked you to get closer to the mic when you speak.
Closer to the mic?
Yeah.
Is that better?
You can pull that towards you a little bit if you'd like.
Okay.
You can pull the whole outfit closer to you.
Okay.
This is the first page. This is the email, and it references a letter. Let's go to the second page, please.
Yes, it was from Don Clemmer.
All right, here's a letter from Don Clemmer. It's dated June 10th, 2020. It's to you, and let's just read it into the record. I am forwarding to you the attached complaint, which was recently received by my office regarding allegations of misconduct by employees of the State Securities Board, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Department of Public Safety, the United States Attorney's Office for the Western District of Texas, and a federal magistrate. My office would typically forward such a complaint to the Public Integrity Unit of the Texas Rangers for review. However, since an employee of the Department of Public Safety is one of the subjects of the complaint, referral to the Rangers would appear inappropriate. I am therefore requesting that your agency conduct the review. My first question, is the word review significant?
Yes.
What is its significance?
In the protocols that we had set forth, we first review the request before we ever make a determination on whether we'd actually open up an investigation.
Now, you're familiar with a district attorney's office excusing or recusing itself from an investigation, aren't you?
Yes.
Is that what this was?
Yes, they were forwarding it to us. They didn't feel like that it was up to them to do this investigation.
I thought that was...
Now, we saw the email that Mr. Clemmer sent about the same time, and
I think
it mentions that you should call him if you'd like. Did you call him?
Yes, I did.
And did you talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Attacking the...
What did he tell you?
Excuse me, objection.
It comes in, I know he's going to object to hearsay. Under Rule 803.3, it's an expression by Mr. Clemmer of his then existing motive, intent, and plan.
Not only do I have to object, I want to object. Hearsay.
Library down there.
Sustained.
So proud of. Or they went to SMU where the other Bush Library is, and so...
Maybe I didn't clearly state my citation of the code or of the evidence rules, Your Honor, 803.3.
But
Overruled.
Thank
Continue.
you. But I think with Leach's
All right.
single-handed line about...
Whatever, and don't go into the words that Mr. Clemmer said, was it consistent with what you had already found, or the suspicions that you already had?
Yes.
And what were your suspicions?
That the referral was being requested by General Paxton.
And what about the validity of the referral and the complaint?
Excuse me, objection, conjecture, and speculation.
No, this would be his evaluation, which was his job to do.
He hasn't done anything yet. Objection, conjecture, and speculation. You're asking him to testify as to the validity of a complaint which he hasn't investigated yet. That would be conjecture and speculation.
Overruled.
Let me lay a letter.
Overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
I can answer the question?
Yes.
My evaluation of the allegations made by Nate Paul is that they were absolutely ludicrous, without merit, no probable cause, not even reasonable belief that a crime had been committed.
Now let me step aside for just a moment and say, or ask you, what were the nature of the allegations that Mr. Nate Paul was making?
The nature of the allegations that he was making were against the FBI, an investigator with the Texas State Security Board, 2 U.S. attorneys, the senior federal magistrate, Mark Lane, and others who were involved in the chain of the signing and execution of the search warrants on his business, his place of storage, and also his home.
Now, one of your areas to investigate. One of your duties was to investigate public integrity, correct?
Yes.
If there had been credible allegations against the State Securities Board, the DPS, the FBI, federal magistrate, U.S. attorney, would you have any hesitation of going forward?
Objection, excuse me, objection, bolstering, and self-serving.
Overruled. Continue.
You may answer.
No, I would not.
Did you have any hesitation even to meet with Nate Paul?
I did not want to meet with Nate Paul, and I expressed my concerns to Jeff Mateer about that.
And what was the reply?
He said that he was getting a lot of pressure from General Paxton for me to do this.
All right. Let's go to July the 21st of 2020. Did you have a meeting with Nate Paul and his lawyer?
I did.
And what was the reason you had that meeting?
I told Jeff Mateer that I would consent to let him tell his story, and that if he made any statements against his interest, I would report it to the FBI.
So on July the 21st, did you have the meeting?
I did.
Where?
It was on the first floor of the Clements building. It was in the office of our security office, where we have a conference room that has the capability of recording video and sound.
Who wanted that to be done? That is, record by video and sound the meeting, but with Nate Paul and his lawyer and yourself?
Me.
Are you familiar with a report that was later put out by the Attorney General's office claiming that General Paxton wanted that meeting recorded?
That is false.
So, have you reviewed the transcript of that meeting?
I have.
Are you aware that the lawyers for General Paxton have been supplied with both the audio and video and transcript of that meeting? What took place?
Okay. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. What took place at that meeting?
Say it again.
What took place at that meeting?
Nate Paul laid out his conspiracy theory about what happened the day of the search warrants were executed. He had complaints about the procedural part that the FBI took when they were securing the scene and conducting the searches. And then he laid out his conspiracy theory that they had originally come to search for not records, but for drugs and guns. And that in the middle of the search, when they didn't find any drugs and guns, they then altered the search warrant to be the search warrant that was executed, where it was for records. And he further stated that the people involved in that was the FBI agent, the agent from the Texas Securities Board, Alan Bowie, who was AUSA, and Mark Lane, the senior magistrate.
So according to his complaint, a United States federal magistrate was involved in this conspiracy?
That's correct.
As a law enforcement officer of many years, what did you think of that?
It was ludicrous.
Did you ask for any documentation?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the crime of obstruction of justice?
I am.
Are you familiar with the crime of interference of a law enforcement investigation?
Of a federal investigation, yes, I am.
What concerns did you have if you had started an investigation based on these claims by Mr. Paul?
My concerns that we would be interfering with a federal investigation. We could be charged with obstruction of justice, and based on a complaint that has absolutely no merit.
And at this time, even at this meeting, had your criteria for opening an investigation been satisfied?
No.
How so?
It doesn't meet any of my requirements.
After that meeting with Mr. Paul, and his lawyer, by the way, was Michael Wynn?
Michael Wynn was there.
Okay. After that meeting with Mr. Paul, did you have a meeting with the Attorney General, General Paxton?
I did not after that meeting immediately, no.
No, I don't mean that same day, but did you personally talk to Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, about what had happened in that meeting?
No, I did not.
What did you tell him about the meeting?
I'm sorry. I thought he said he did not meet with Mr. Paxton. And you just asked him what he told Paxton. One of us is confused.
Can we clarify that?
Yeah, could you clarify that? Did you tell him what you thought about that meeting?
I told him before the meeting ever occurred what I thought about us being involved with Nate Paul. That happened before the first meeting.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that he was a criminal.
Sorry. Excuse me, Ranger. Objection asked and answered. He just got through telling us what he told Paxton.
I don't believe it was asked. I don't believe he answered fully what I'm driving at. What did he tell General Paxton?
I'll sustain the objection and you can try one more time again.
Maybe I'm not clear on it. Did you at some time tell General Paxton what you thought about this idea of Mr. Paul, that there was a vast conspiracy against him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that Nate Paul was a criminal. He was running a Ponzi scheme that would rival Billy Saul Estes, and that if he didn't get away from this individual and stop doing what he was doing, he was going to get himself indicted.
Nonetheless, was there a second meeting between you and Nate Paul and Nate Paul's lawyer and Mark Penley?
There was.
Why was there a second meeting if you felt like you did after that first meeting?
Because he had talked to he had talked to Mark Penley and told him he wanted him to conduct another meeting with Nate Paul.
When you say he, are you referring to General Paxton?
General Paxton, that's correct.
So General Paxton had told Mr. Penley to get involved in this?
That is correct.
Excuse me. Objection. I'm sorry, Dick. Objection asked and answered. Ranger Maxwell will give his testimony and Dick will ask him to repeat the same thing. Ask and answer.
I'm going to overrule that. Continue.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify and make sure that we understand. Mark Penley told you that General Paxton had ordered him to now get involved?
This is the third time. Objection, ask, and answer. He literally just got through testifying to that.
I believe that you allowed me to ask that.
Sustain.
All right. So, did you have a second meeting?
We did.
And was Mr. Penley involved in this one?
He was.
And what was Mr. Penley's role in the Attorney General's office? If we could have that organizational chart again.
Mr. Penley was the executive deputy over criminal prosecution.
So in this chart, he's just next to you, and it's now been highlighted for them for the jurors.
That's correct.
Was he your superior, or was he an equal of yours?
He was an equal.
And what was Mr. Penley's background, briefly?
He came to us from the U.S. Attorney's Office out of Dallas, where he'd been an assistant U.S. attorney.
So at this second meeting, where did it happen?
In the same place as before, in the Clements Building, ground floor, the security office, conference room.
Was it audio, video recorded?
It was.
And is there a transcript of that?
There is.
Have you reviewed that?
I have.
Are you aware that that has been provided to Attorney General Paxton's lawyers?
Yes.
All right. Who wanted that meeting recorded?
I did.
If there's any suggestion that General Paxton wanted that recorded, is that true or false?
Objection asked and answered.
That was the first one. That was the first one that we referred to.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
It's false.
Was there anything new brought up in that meeting as far as you were concerned? You were in both meetings.
He and his lawyer again reiterated the complaints and their conspiracy theory as they had done in the first meeting. I advised them.
Objection. Excuse me.
What did you advise?
Excuse me, Dick. The objection is non-responsive. The question was there anything new? Now Ranger Maxwell is going into what he told them. That's a different answer.
Sustained.
It's correct, and I was trying to meet his objection by going to the next question. So go ahead. The next question is, what happened?
What happened? So during the meeting, they continued to lay out their objections about what happened in the search warrants and the conspiracy theory about how all these different individuals came together and falsified a search warrant during the middle of the search. And I told them that if they believe that to be true, then why aren't they in the office of the Inspector General's office for the federal government, which has the authority to look into any of these complaints? And the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the federal magistrate has to cooperate with them. And I asked them, why aren't you in that office?
Did you get a satisfactory answer to that?
They danced around the answer, but they said they felt like they were in the right place with us.
Did you receive any kind of documents to corroborate or to support that the search warrant had been changed mid-search?
They gave us some documents. They were supposed to give us all the documents, but when we reviewed the documents they gave us, it was not very much. And it certainly wasn't enough for us to really make a determination.
Even still, did you submit those documents to some experts within your office?
I did.
And what's the expertise of the people that you submitted these documents to?
This is my forensics section, who does all the forensics on computers and cell phones for criminal cases. And we do that work not only for ourselves, but for the Texas Rangers and others.
All right. By this time, which is, that meeting was August the 5th, by this time, had you become aware yet that General Paxton had ordered Josh Godbee and Mr. McCarty to push a charity to settle in a lawsuit?
Objection.
And by that time...
Excuse me, Dick. Objection, leading and assuming facts not in evidence to this witness.
Just asking if he was aware...
Sustained.
Were you aware that Ken Paxton had asked Ryan Bangert to change the state policy
No.
Were you aware that General Paxton had asked Ryan Vassar to release details of that very ongoing investigation?
Objection. That's a misstatement of the record, and it's assuming facts, not an evidence, through this witness.
Overruled.
You may answer.
No.
Did you later become aware of those things?
I did.
We'll get to that. Let's talk just for a moment about the records of a search. What is the general practice at least in federal courts, for the sealing, that is, making private the affidavit, the application for a search warrant?
They are sealed to protect people who are involved, may have given information about the crime that's being committed, and also for the purposes of protecting the investigation so it can be ongoing and find the truth.
Are you familiar with orders of federal courts to seal documents such as these?
Yes.
In this second meeting, what was Nate Paul and his lawyer's demeanor toward you and Mr. Penley?
I think that they were maybe not as gracious as they were during the first meeting. I think they understood by this point that...
Excuse me, Ranger. Object to what he thinks they understood. That's conjecture and speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what my answer is, my question is not what you thought they thought, but what was their demeanor. So what was their demeanor?
It was a little more animated than the first meeting.
Did anything happen at that meeting to change your initial assessment of whether this should be elevated to the level of an actual investigation?
No.
To clear that up, when you got this, did you start an investigation as that term is understood?
Ask your question again.
Yes. Did you start an investigation? Did you initiate an official investigation?
No.
What do you do when you start an investigation?
When you start an investigation, you assign it to an investigator group. That is assigned an investigative number and is put into the record.
And the reason that even after this second meeting, it had not risen to the level of investigation, what's that reason?
The reason was that the allegations had no merit, and we weren't going to do the investigation if I had anything to say about it.
All right. Even though, and did you make that clear to not only now Mr. Paul and his lawyer, but also Mr. Penley?
Yes.
Even though that was your position, did you agree to submit their documents to your experts within the office?
Yes.
Okay. So was there a third meeting?
There was.
When was that third meeting?
It was on August 12th.
Was it clear to you by then what General Paxton wanted done?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Was it, well, let me clear that up. Was it clear to you from what General Paxton told Mr. Mateer or Mr. Penley what General Paxton wanted done.
That's actually worse. That's hearsay and conjecture and speculation.
Actually, no, Your Honor, it's under 801E2D.
Counselor, you're going to make me look at these numbers, aren't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's just trying to throw you off.
801E2E says that a statement such as this is not hearsay, particularly
with respect.
when it is, excuse me.
I'm sorry, Dick, go ahead.
Particularly when it was made by the party's agent or employee on a matter within the scope of that relationship. And here it's what General Paxton told to either Mateer or to Penley that was passed to the witness.
With respect.
That is not hearsay.
I'm sorry, Dick. With respect, Your Honor, there's a difference between what General Paxton said and what Ranger Maxwell can opine about General Paxton's state of mind. Those are two different things.
Not asking that.
You just did.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask it again then, if that's how it was understood. What message was passed to you by either Penley or Mateer that General Paxton had ordered done?
General Paxton wanted to have a third meeting.
I'm sorry. Objection. Objection, conjecture, and speculation. I have no problem with Ranger Maxwell testifying as to what General Paxton said, but there's a difference between what he said and what he wanted. I know it's splitting a hair, but objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
What did he say he wanted?
He wanted us to tell Nate Paul that we were not going to be doing an investigation due to the results of our forensic analysis.
So going into that third meeting, is that what you believed it was going to be about?
Yes.
Was that meeting recorded like the first two?
No.
Who?
Okay, folks, we're back. We got word a short time ago that the senators will return at 10:30 a.m. to take the votes. And they'll, the way we understand it is they will go through each impeachment article and they will vote. And then we're going to know the outcome, presumably by about 11 o'clock.
I think it'll take longer to go through 16 articles 31 times with voting and then calling the jury. So
we'll certainly know pretty
jury.
quickly whether or not any of these are going to be sustained or not. So I'm joined this morning by Bud Kennedy, Fort Worth Star-Telegram political columnist, and also Matt Yarbrough, who is a defense attorney, former federal prosecutor, and also you worked in the Attorney General's office under John Cornyn.
Special Counsel John Cornyn.
Yeah, so you know how that office could and should run. Bud, you're the political guy. What do we think?
I've said from the beginning I thought he would be restored to office because the Texas Senate is so conservative. The maps were drawn for it to be as conservative as it could possibly be for Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. The one seat that often flipped, which was the Fort Worth District 12 seat, which has flipped from Democrat to Republican 4 times in the last 30 years, was redrawn to include Parker County and Palapinta for Senator Phil King. So that is no longer a flip seat. That seat flipped from Beverly Powell, Democrat, to Republican. It's a solid Republican Senate, and now this is just Republicans disagreeing with Republicans about what this verdict should be. I was surprised that they went ahead with a trial, but I saw people vote to go ahead with a trial that I thought would probably vote to, that would not uphold the articles, it would dismiss the articles of impeachment in the end. I still think that Paxton comes back, but I think it's a 1-vote margin. I thought, at least at the beginning of deliberations, I thought it was either 21-9 or 20-10 for removal. Of course, it needs 21 votes total for removal. Paxton and Tony Busby are trying to count to 10, and they need 10 to keep him in office. I thought that he would be back, and I still think that enough senators, their future, their ability to pass legislation, their ability to serve their district, it depends on Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and his allies in the Senate Lieutenant Governor Patrick has been a fair judge, but he and it's the people voting for Paxton are all his strongest allies, with the exception of Senator Birdwell. And so I think that people will see which side their bread's buttered on for the future in the Texas Senate, and probably say, well, let's let this go. It should never have come to the House to begin with. The House
You mean the Senate? Oh, you mean
to the Senate. The House sent this over to keep the Senate busy at the end of the session, to make up for all the legislation the Senate blocked. The House sent it over and said, let's just give them a hot potato to handle. And so the
And boy,
Senate,
what a hot potato this has
what
been.
a tremendous hot potato. And so the Senate will say, let's just let law enforcement handle Ken Paxton's future, and let's go back to worrying about conservative legislation, conservative decisions for the good of the people of Texas.
Matt?
I think Representative Leach made some really great points yesterday in closing about that very point. That basically was saying, we're not here because of a speaker might have gone on a bender one night over at the House. We're here because Ken Paxton's action brought us all into this room together. He chose this course of conduct. I thought it was very fascinating when he was talking about yesterday about how close he was with Paxton, and the last 4 years, he couldn't get a hold of him. He wouldn't return his phone calls, and especially as this led up to when ultimately they had to call in Paxton's number 2 to come over to the House to answer questions about this settlement of this $3.3 million, that he wouldn't even return the phone call of his own good friend from the same county, from Collin County, and his mentor. So I thought that was fantastic that in the rebuttal piece of this, Leach really set up that this is not politically motivated whatsoever. That great line about, maybe it was the other representative who said that he had not consulted the Bushes the night before him coming in.
TLR and Karl Rove, and right.
I thought that was very good at inoculating that line of
Well, he said that
conspiracy theory.
this will end the Bush era in Texas, and I don't know how many senators,
That was what
even
Busby
on
said,
Paxton's
yeah.
side, agree with ending the Bush era in Texas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's I am not a political person in terms of covering politics, so I cannot read the tea leaves on this one. And in my experience with regular juries, usually the longer the jury deliberates, it's not a good thing for the defendant. But I don't know. This is not a regular jury, and and then it also could just be that they had made up their minds last night and they decided we're going to all go. I have seen this before where they all decide we're going to go sleep on it and we're going to start bright and early in the morning. I mean, you've seen that.
Right.
I mean, you've seen all variations.
Well, I'll tell you, I have found, whether I'm, been a federal prosecutor at trial, or when I've been plaintiff in civil cases, and once I've sent that case back to the jury for them to go to deliberate, I have found that the quicker the turnaround, the more likely it is, as a prosecutor or plaintiff, I'm going to win that case. The longer it goes, that's a bad sign, because they start having questions about the verdict form, or they start having questions about a piece of evidence. Can we see that document? When those questions start coming out, that's when you know you've got maybe a hung jury or an issue or a problem. Here, as Buzz said, they're all really in a room lobbying each other over this. It's not a traditional jury in that sense. So
They don't even all
I don't
have to
know
be in the
whether
same room at the same
quick
time.
result or quick response is a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, I think
I do think that it does work that way. The longer it went, the longer the Paxton vote of the senators had time to lobby and say, well, shouldn't you come on over with us? I mean, the longer they had to throw out ideas. As far as the money, of course, the reason we're here is because of the money, because Ken Paxton asked the people of Texas to pick up the bill for his settlement. And that is something, if the Senate looks at that, they can say, we handled that in our budget committee, the House handled that in their budget committee. The way we control the Attorney General is that if he doesn't do what we want him to do, we don't give him any money. We don't budget his office at all. We contract out legal services, and we give him a little room to sit in, and we don't even pay for a light bill or a cell phone.
It's very true. They've got the power of the purse.
They can exert the strongest budget discipline imaginable.
Absolutely. To me, the biggest takeaway from this week is I can't think of a trial, and again, this is an impeachment proceeding on acquittal or guilt by the Senate, where the three most important witnesses in the case are not present.
Oh my gosh.
So Paxton's not in the room, right?
Except for the first day and yesterday.
And his mistress is apparently there and then all of a sudden becomes mysteriously unavailable.
Right.
And then three, Nate Paul's talked about the entire time and he's not there. So I've never seen something like this.
And I would have liked to have heard from that contractor.
And I would put in four.
They should have forced him to appear.
I would put in four Senator Donna Campbell, who Laura Olson worked for up until apparently during some of the time that this was going on. I'd like to know how much she knew. And of course you could say Senator Angela Paxton as well. But there was so much courtesy shown in not calling witnesses, or maybe they even to have them come in and take the fifth and leave
Well, you
and
can't
open
really
those
put Nate Paul on the stand. He's under federal indictment. He's
under
not going to
federal
testify.
indictment, right.
Well, but you could force him to be there. Now, granted, that's one of the things I was interested about the unavailability of Laura Olson, is because I wonder if there were some discussions that she is under a grand jury subpoena, and if she had testified before a federal grand jury, that she could not then, testify about the facts of the case.
Right.
And so that might be the reasons for her unavailability. But I don't understand why she was there to begin with, if that was all a charade just to have her there and sworn in.
And I wonder if she planned to come in and take the fifth and then sat there all day and her lawyer said go home. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are the kind of the unknowns. Maybe we'll have the answers to it. Maybe not. I don't know. It seems like it had some. That was the kind of the word on the street was this was a Fifth Amendment situation. But who knows?
But you know what? I mean, that's one of the great things in actual litigation is getting the opposing party or defendant to begin to take the Fifth Amendment in a deposition or on the witness stand. I think it was kind of a mistake. I would have had Nate Paul in the room and made him take the fifth over and over and over again.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear from the contractor. Okay, let's hear how, because it's a pretty key thing, this how did the renovations get paid for, right? And so that person, according to what we heard, dodged the subpoena, and we never heard from that person. I think they could have answered. How was this supposed to work? Did
we ever find out who was the person that Bangert called in the middle of the night with the mysterious sticky note?
No. You talking about on the foreclosure order? No. I don't think he knows.
But there
who
was
it was
someone who could help him.
Right, and that was
educate him.
Right, that was related to the getting the foreclosure opinion, and then they ultimately got Senator Brian Hughes to be the they called it, I guess, a straw requester, because only certain people have standing to ask for opinions like that. And then there was this whole question of whether or not they even really needed to do that, because I don't know, it was all very kind of esoteric at that point. So Jay, you want to bring up a live look in the Senate chamber so we can kind of see what's going on, and we can see. You can see some
activity.
A little bit of activity. People starting to come in. A minute ago we had a different view of it, and it looked like some of the senators had started to come in and sit down. But I guess we're going to see how this shakes out. Do you think that it had already been decided by the time because we saw senators start to leave around 6:30 yesterday. Had it already been decided by then?
I think one of the knowledgeable reporters on Twitter, although former reporter who now works for a public policy firm, posted, and I don't know where she got this, but she said if you know how you're going to vote, you are allowed to go home. So the senators who went home were the ones who'd made up their mind.
Right.
And the ones who stayed were ones that wanted to continue deliberating or reviewing evidence or lobbying their fellow senators. So we saw some trickle out. It's no surprise that some of the senators that left early, that they were some of the most hardline senators, like Bob Hall, and so he made up his mind, was ready to go home, and so they just kind of trickled out gradually. We were left mystified about what was going on. Lieutenant Governor Patrick, who's been generally pretty good about notifying us about things, just kind of let the night drift off, and suddenly at 9 p.m., the DPS came out and said the Capitol's closed. So
I know we were here and at, just before 8 trying to decide, okay, do we go home? Do we come back? And ultimately, I told you, Bud, just going home. And then I closed out the live stream at 8 o'clock and just said, it looks like they've stopped deliberating and we'll see you in the morning, because it was kind of very unclear what was really happening.
Everybody was out. Senator Shortner was out walking around the Capitol with one of his office staff, and there were pictures of all these senators just wandering around, so you could tell they'd been turned loose. Apparently they'd already told everybody what was going on, how they planned to vote, and they were gone. And I think that they didn't vote last night simply because they know this is a time-consuming process.
And they would have been here really late.
They would have been here really late with a potential for motions afterward or more decisions, and so they wanted to just go ahead and sleep on it and then come back and vote this morning.
And so for folks that are joining our live stream or who've joined within the last few minutes, we have gotten word that the senators will be coming back and beginning the voting process. They will be voting on each of the 16 articles of impeachment. We think it'll be pretty similar to the way they did the motions at the beginning of the trial, where each senator enters their written vote, and then they poll them one by one, and they have to verbally say it out loud. I mean, that's going to be a pretty dramatic moment. No matter how it turns out, I mean, the drama of this will be something to see, I think, because we just haven't seen anything like this in decades.
I'm getting my verdict scorecard ready right here.
Me too.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see which articles either Paxton has more votes or less votes per that article, and I think it'll show which issues during the trial resonated the most with some of those hardline folks, where we saw at the beginning on the motions that the senators voted on, where it fluctuated from 6 but got as high as 10 on some of those articles.
And what we don't know, I don't think they'll have any kind of not a scoreboard. I don't think they'll use the electronic message board in the chamber to keep up with the voting. I think people are going to be keeping it by hand, and then it'll be announced at the end of each vote. The House has a big yay and nay electronic board, but I think with the Senate it'll progress along and people will keep their own notes.
But realistically, Bud, how much blowback would there be for senators who vote in favor of removal?
I don't think there's blowback because it's still a long time until the March primary. The senators represent these huge districts. This is really one of the most powerful offices in the state of Texas and maybe in America. There are only 31 people who control everything that happens in the state of Texas and every bill that's passed. Their districts are much larger than congressional districts. Some of their districts sprawl from Gainesville into Muleshoe almost. They have districts that are bigger than states. They represent a tremendous amount of people, and the power center is really very small and very closely held. It is very difficult. It's much more difficult to defeat an incumbent senator than to defeat an incumbent member of the Texas House. House districts are much smaller and more local. The Senate is a great big district, and the senator has gone all over the district, for 2-4 longer years, going to catfish fries and youth club dinners and pee-wee football and getting to know everybody in all these towns from Texarkana to Beaumont. And it's just really hard for a mystery challenger to come in and defeat an incumbent. So I don't think there's much risk. I think the main blowback is in the Senate itself.
Can you get your bills heard? Can you?
Right.
Can you effectively still work? That's
right.
What you're saying.
We'll see. I don't think that Lieutenant Governor Patrick will continue to not take a side after the trial. I think then it comes back to did you vote with my allies or did you vote with the other side? And so it's will Patrick hear my bills? And then if you vote on the Paxton side, it's will the House hear my bills?
Right.
That's their main concern right now. It's not about Ken Paxton at all. It's about their bills. Can they get their legislation passed? Will the Senate pass their bills? Dan Patrick holds the Senate in such an iron grip at all times, as closely held as any lieutenant governor in my memory. Tom Craddock was the same way in the House, but he holds that power very close. He doesn't let anything pass that he doesn't approve of. And we saw this.
And do we know where he stands?
Well, I mean, is there any
tea leaves on that?
Yeah, his consultant is also the consultant for 7 of the 8 senators who voted with Ken Paxton to not have a trial. So they share the same political consultant. They share the same allies, the same, in some case millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars from Ferris Wilks of Cisco, Tim Dunn of Midland, when you hear the phrase West Texas oil men, that's who they're talking about. Their donors are the same, their allies are the same, their consultants are the same. And so although Dan Patrick has done a really commendable job in this trial, I don't think there's any question which political side he's on. I think he probably is a little put out with Ken Paxton and the operation of the Attorney General's office.
But this case is being watched around the country, and I can tell you, yesterday I was defending a case for a client talking to the Attorney General's office in Pennsylvania, and it was the first question they brought up to me was about the Ken Paxton trial, what's going on down in Texas, because of the Attorney General's offices, of the 50 across the United States, this is one of the largest ones in the United States, 600 employees, just alone, the powers that the Attorney General has in the state of Texas and the amount of vast area it covers. And as you know, right now, Texas has 4 maybe cities that will be in the top 10 cities here very shortly. So, and more people moved to the Metroplex area during COVID than anywhere else in the United States. And so, the amount of Californians that have come into our state who brought a lot of their sort of red Republican, a lot of folks from Orange County, which is very red, have moved here, and have moved into Collin County, and have moved into Frisco and Prosper and places like that. But it's being watched by all the AG's offices around the country right now.
But it's all being watched. It's also being watched by conservatives across the country, because let's face it, impeachment, even since the House passed this in May, impeachment talk is in fashion now. There's talk of impeaching the president. There was talk of putting the former president on trial. Everybody's talking about impeachments everywhere. Right. And all the other impeachments but this one come down to my party against your party. This is such an awkward one where 60 Republicans voted along with 61 Democrats.
Which I still think was extraordinary.
Which was extraordinary to send these articles of impeachment. They were so upset at the practices in the Attorney General's office, they voted to send these articles of impeachment to the Senate. But across the country, this is seen as a Trump thumbs up or Trump thumbs down. How is Texas going to go? Is Texas going to turn blue or stay red? Are they going to stick with the conservatives? And some of this is they're kind of fitting Ken Paxton over the Trump template of, he may be a rogue, but he's carried out God's will in the state of Texas, and so we're going to support him because he's, in the words of the evangelist J. Frank Norris at First Baptist Church in Fort Worth, who was the first nationwide broadcast evangelist, J. Frank Norris, and he often was described as God's rascal, and so they view him as another of God's rascals who carries out God's will despite his own failing.
But I thought that was interesting closing yesterday that the House managers used the word immoral.
Yes.
That's not a word you typically use in closing argument. So the invocation of God throughout this entire process has been from the beginning all the way to the end, even to Leach talking about how Paxton is his brother in Jesus.
Right.
And so, and that they had gone to church together, they had prayed together, they had traveled together. And so I thought that was very interesting that it was not only criminal and that they had met standard beyond reasonable doubt, but Paxton's conduct was immoral.
And of course, Murr talked about that this is a godless, rudderless morality.
Yes,
but
it's a great line.
But the fact of the matter is, the senators, half of them lawyers, would sit there and say, well, morality is not against the law. This is not against the law. We're not judging this article impeachment of there's
But you don't
nothing
have
in
to
here
prove a
saying
violation of the law.
you don't have to prove a violation of the law, but there's nothing in here that says he was immoral. I mean, the
Right.
threshold for upholding article of impeachment, do you look for delinquencies or maladministration? Those are the two things the Supreme Court has said constitute a article of impeachment. Certainly the argument about morality appeals to the Senate, but this is where you have the split in the Republican Party over whether you overlook the morality for the greater success of conservatives, or whether you are appalled at the morality as poor Christian witness.
Right, and that's playing really on a national scale too, not just here, but that there was sort of who could be the bigger Christian in the room, I think, has always been on display throughout this process.
The judge is definitely he's
son of a Baptist preacher, right? And right now, evangelicals, there's a lot of folks within the Baptist convention who are withdrawing because they have felt that this support of Trump, just like Paxton has his Laura Olson issue, Trump had his Stormy Daniels issue, and so there is this theme of morality that it's not just because you remember the line of I'm a Law and Order guy. I loved that coming back. That Murr brought the line up about we say as Republicans that we back the blue, but yet when Ranger Maxwell didn't give Paxton the answer he wanted, that he would go and get the federal grand jury or probable cause affidavit and disclose it to Nate Paul, that they threw him, they kicked him like garbage to the curb.
And how did Cogdill describe him? Something about a milk carton?
His milk carton has expired. His milk carton has expired.
Well, speaking of
This
that,
is the kind of things they said about a Texas Ranger. I mean, the things they said about
speaking of
law
there's
enforcement.
Dan Cogdill right there, and there's Angela Paxton right there.
Arrived.
So what we're seeing, there's
Senator Paxton, former Mansfield Tiger.
and there's Senator Royce West. So we're starting to see senators gathering in the chamber. We can see, there's Dick DeGuerin. Behind him is Andrew Murr. No, it's not Andrew Murr. That's Mark Donnelly. Mark Donnelly, one of the House impeachment managers. He did some of the questioning of some of the witnesses. And so what we're hearing is that we've been told, there's Rusty Hardin. We've been told that at 10:30, these senators will gather and the voting will begin. They will go through each of the 16 impeachment articles. We believe it's going to be done much the same as they did the motions at the beginning of the trial, where each senator votes in writing, and then they poll them randomly to say their votes aloud. And you think about that, that's going to be truly historic. Each of these senators standing up and saying yay or nay 16 times. And then depending on how this turns out, we would go to, if they vote to sustain on one or more articles, then we would go to a vote to determine whether or not to bar Ken Paxton from elective state office. Now, if he were to be sustained on any of these and barred, then he cannot be barred from federal office. So, I mean, that's a factor out there. So, but that's kind of where we stand. We see everybody starting to gather, and we're going to know soon how this is going to turn out. I want to ask Matt. Matt, how closely do you think the FBI, because from what we understand, there's a federal grand jury going on. How closely are they paying attention to this trial?
A lot. And if we learned anything from the January 6 hearings that Congress put together, that basically was the roadmap that the Department of Justice used, the FBI, as well as when they appointed Jack Smith as special prosecutor. And I think there'll be a roadmap here as well from what the House managers have done here. What I would have liked, I will tell you, the one thing I think where they made a mistake, the House managers, is I wouldn't have had Rusty Hardin and Dick DeGuerin presenting my case in chief. I would have either had House managers do it or pick former federal prosecutors.
Like Epley.
Yeah,
Aaron Epley,
like
who
Aaron
was
Epley, I
extremely
thought.
I think
effective.
you're an Aaron Epley fan.
I do like
She did a
that.
fantastic job, and she objected well. She had great responses, but she kept her witness moving. And I think
It didn't feel like we were just dragging on and on.
Because the problem is there were, four divas in the room, and they were talking over each other for the first couple of days, and little insults here and there, or comments to each other.
They ate up all the clock, and she had to come in with time running out and get a couple of witnesses.
Exactly.
Her and Mark Donnelly and
that's the reason
Dutko.
why I said, at opening statement, when Murr did the opening statement, that was more effective than having Rustin Hardin do it, and that's the reason why when they came on for close and rebuttal, I'm glad they didn't, that the House managers did it. I mean, they're the ones that voted on it, they're the ones that brought the impeachment, they need to come and defend it, and not only that, but they're Republicans too, and that's the reason why, Leach's words were so powerful. I had to make this decision. This was very hard for me personally because he's my friend. You're going to have a hard time making the same decision for yourselves. The only other thing I would have done differently in the House manager's prosecution case is I would have rather if Murr had taken his full hour. Because that's a great opportunity to introduce the witnesses that are going to be coming. So in a real trial, when I'm doing opening statement,
You're talking about an opening.
An opening. Remember, he only took 10 or 15 minutes, and he sat down and left 45 minutes sitting there on the table.
Right.
What I would have done is gotten up there and
Well, I think they
say,
probably needed it.
your first witness is going to be this person. Let me tell you who he is.
Right.
And then that way people had names. They were going, okay, wait, this is this Banger guy that they talked about, and he's the one that's on this issue about the opinion or the foreclosure or the hiring of Kamak, and that way you're going to hear from a witness named Kamak, and then who is this person? We're going to show you documents. You're going to get to see the actual contract in this case. That I think should have been laid out more because everyone was really left to see, okay, who is this person? And then Rusty Hardin was saying, well, tell us about your background. Who are you? Where'd you go to school? As opposed to really introducing those people so those introductions on direct are short, brief, and you can get moving to your evidence. Those are the major things I would have corrected in their case because I think the back and forth between four legendary great lawyers, but that's a lot of divas in one room.
I think it did take it a little too much for granted, and it said, okay, I'm going to come up here and just kind of open for you, and then we're going to let this clown get up and do his opening statement, and you all don't want to hear that anyway. And Busby's opening statement was, although it was scattershot at every target he could think of, I mean, it was the kind of flamboyant courtroom opening statement that you would have expected.
Yes. But, it's like Cogdill on his closing, making the analogy that reasonable doubt is nowhere defined in jury instructions. It's really explained by the lawyers, and it's left to the jurors to figure out, is there enough reasonable doubt, or has the government met its burden? Because as every prosecutor will always say, just like Murr said this, it's reasonable. It's not beyond all reason,
right?
And so I thought he did a good job of that. But Cogdell got up yesterday, if you remember, in his close and said, reasonable doubt equivalent to a capital murder trial. This was capital murder essentially of Paxton, and then you had to meet that burden.
Do you think there was enough evidence here for the feds? It seemed like they didn't wind up with Laura Olson.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Jerry's talking.
In the control room, so go ahead and wrap so you can.
We're gonna what now?
We're about to go on in the control room with you guys.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're gonna take not really a break, but we're gonna kind of watch as things start to get off the. And I've got a producer in my ear. Yes, I can hear you. Does that mean you're about to take me on TV? Is that what's going on? Like the TV? Okay. Oh, it's the digital show from the control room. Okay, guys. Yeah, we're a little bit of extreme multitasking here. So can Teresa and Jason hear me? We're about actually we're not a minute out. It's 10:30. I would expect right now we're going to start to hear something pretty soon. We see folks gathering or starting to gather in the chambers. We see Rusty Hardin and others. Let's see. Also, there's Busby. Okay. Okay, so good morning. We are waiting right now. The senators are expected to come back right now at 10:30 to deliver their verdict. They're going to be voting on 16 impeachment articles, and then we're going to see them go through those one by one, and I would expect over the course of the next 30 minutes to an hour to know the outcome of what's going to happen to suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton. Bud Kennedy joins us from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Bud, your thoughts?
Well, this is for the first time in 96 years we're seeing this vote on a statewide official. The Senate gets the thumbs up or thumbs down on whether he'll return to office. It takes a 2/3 vote, which is very difficult. It takes 21 votes to remove him. And so that means that the Republicans are going to have to split on this issue. It's a very difficult threshold to reach. So we'll see if the Senate, which is inherently very conservative, led by a lot of Ken Paxton's allies, we'll see if there are people in the Senate who were moved by the testimony, who believe that wrongdoing happened under the Texas Supreme Court. They're looking for are there delinquencies or maladministration in the Texas Attorney General's office. That's the definition of the requirement for impeachment, for removal. So we're looking to see whether they saw that.
Okay. We want to bring in Jason Wheeler and Teresa Woodard, who are in Austin with the latest information. What are you hearing?
Yeah, good morning, Tanya. Good morning, Bud. Just a couple of moments ago through the rotunda, we saw the members of the House Board of Managers. Those, of course, are the members of the House of Representatives who sort of prosecuted this case. They were walking from the House chamber into the Senate chamber. As of right now, there's just a lot of media waiting on an answer, as we have been waiting since yesterday, right around noon, when closing arguments ended and the senators were sent away to begin their deliberations.
Yeah, and just a little while ago here at the Capitol, which is, of course, always open, even as all of these things are going on. In fact, we were running into visitors yesterday from out of state who had no idea, like, what's going on here? Right. It's an impeachment trial. Oh, yeah, we've heard of that. Just maybe 10 minutes ago, this place was still buzzing, still loud, with a lot of people milling about in here. And as happened yesterday with those closing arguments, the place just sort of clears out as we're getting ready for the big moment, which we're getting ready for now. As we hit 10:33, we're taking a look there in the Senate chambers, which is the impeachment court, and you can see people are still just standing around talking in groups right now. This, by the way, is not at all out of character.
Oh, right.
This hasn't run exactly like a traditional court has, and these times get pushed a lot.
Texas politics, not always the most punctual thing to be a part of. They say 10:30, it could be 10:38, it could be 10:45. But let's run you through a little bit of logistics, because this is going to be unlike anything really any of us have witnessed, because it's been a century since it's happened. But here's, according to the rules, which we know can be a little flexible, according to the rules that the Senate adopted long before this trial started, when senators come in, the articles will be read one by one. An article will be read, they will have a written vote. Should it be sustained? Sustained basically means Ken Paxton is guilty. Does it not have to be sustained? Yes, he's not guilty. After they read the article and the senators do a written vote, then the Secretary of the Senate will actually randomly pull those written pieces of paper out and read them one by one and ask the senators, is this how you voted? After that process finishes, then we will hear another round of voting. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick will then poll the senators and say, is this exactly how you voted? Now, that's going to happen 16 times this morning. So we don't know how long this is going to take, but it could take a while.
Yeah, we know that it is going to take a good amount of time. If you were with us on day one, you remember all of these different motions that they ran through. Bud Kennedy was talking about that just a few minutes ago. And you know, basically the defense was saying, we want to throw out all the articles of impeachment. Let's take a vote. Then we want to throw out these two articles and then this single article. And they did that over and over and over again. And it took a long time. I would guess it probably took an hour, maybe more than an hour. It seems like that was a long time ago now, the beginning of last week. But you know, the point here is that, you know, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who's the presiding officer over this, essentially the judge in this impeachment trial, said yesterday, these jurors, the senators who are deciding here, essentially they are deciding 16 different cases. This is like 16 trials all in one, and the verdict will probably reflect that in just the length of time it takes to get through that.
And remember this, the articles of impeachment are each different, and so there is a different accusation included in each one of them. We could get through 14 articles of impeachment and nothing has happened, and then at the end something does happen. So stay with us for the long haul if you're watching this live stream, because just because he is not guilty of the first 10, it doesn't mean that something's not going to happen. He could be not guilty on all of those, clearly, or he could be found, you know, they could sustain one of the early articles of impeachment, and then we know that he will be removed from office for this term.
And that is the point. It only takes one of the 16, and then he would be removed permanently from the office that he holds right now for this current term. Right now he's suspended as we await this outcome. And then they'll have this period, if they do have a conviction on one or more articles, they'll have this period of 15 minutes for each side to present their case, the prosecution and the defense to present their case as to why he should or should not be barred from ever running for political office statewide again. And then they'll take another vote to see whether the senators would want to bar him from running for statewide office again. But, you know, we talked about this. I think if you look right around the corner here, there is actually a portrait of Ma Ferguson hanging up here. Pa Ferguson.
Pa's not far away.
Back in 1917 was the highest state official in Texas to ever be impeached and convicted. He was a governor. He was removed from office, and they said, yeah, you can't run for any more offices statewide. He still tried. So, you know, I guess there was nothing to stop him from, running a campaign, trying to get on the ballot and so forth. But it does make it a lot harder for you to get into elected office when they say that they don't ever want you in there again.
And what we're just discussing could be a moot point, because it could be that he's not convicted on any of these.
And haven't you gotten the sense, I mean, we've been talking to some very smart people here in the Capitol, some very smart people who've been part of this program
very
as
well-connected people, too.
And who have all of these different sources, and nobody seems to know how this is going to reset, which is odd in Austin.
Yeah. Well, as Bud said right when we came on the air, this is difficult. I mean, to get 2/3 of a body to agree on anything is difficult, but especially on something that's as big of a decision as this. So again, to run through the numbers, there are 31 senators in the state of Texas, but remember, Senator Angela Paxton of Collin County, she's married to Ken Paxton. And so when they adopted these rules long before the trial started, they said, you must be present, you must listen to everything, but Senator Paxton, you can't vote because you have a conflict of interest. So that removes her from the voting process. However, they did not change the total number of votes required to meet that threshold. So yes, there's 31 senators and there's only 30 voting. It takes 21 senators to convict him of anything. There are 12 Democrats. We don't know for sure, but we assume those 12 Democrats would vote to convict him. And that means 9 Republicans have to join with those Democrats. And this is a difficult vote. This is a big decision for all of them inside that chamber right now. And they were reminded of that during closing arguments.
They were. I mean, these senators, they're all thinking of their legacies.
Absolutely.
Whether they're a first-term senator or they've been in here forever and a day, they all think about their legacies. They all think about how they're going to be remembered someday. And the prosecution really laid that out in front of them yesterday and said, this is going to be the most important choice that you make in your career. 100 years from now, this is the only vote that that you will have taken that anyone is going to remember. So, a lot of pressure sitting on this.
Although I would say it's been 100 years since it happened to Paul Ferguson, and I don't know the names of the senators who voted on that.
We're not talking about who did that.
Exactly. But it does just remind us of the gravity of the moment. And I think yesterday we certainly felt that when we heard the lieutenant governor giving the senators the instructions when they were sent away to begin their deliberations. He really did remind them of the gravity of what this is. It was also certainly hit home by State Representative Jeff Leach, of course, a Collin County Republican, said he'd been a lifelong friend of Ken Paxton. That's who the House went to give their final word. He's the last voice that the senators have in their head. He talked about the difficult decision that he faced in the House when he decided that he believed Ken Paxton was not fit for office anymore, and so he voted to impeach. He's been a member of the House Board of Managers, so he helped prosecute this case. And yesterday he told senators, I know this is hard. It's the hardest thing I've done. He didn't just say in his political career, he said in his life. And that's the message that he was sending to senators. He understands.
And I'm standing. Oh wait, I think he said the vote's been delayed till 11:10. Did I just hear that right?
I don't know. I heard.
Okay, 11:10.
11:10. All right. So it's 10:41. We thought it was going to happen at 10:30. As we mentioned, they're not always punctual. Didn't we say that?
I might say they're almost always not punctual. So we've got another 30 minutes to wait here. I was just going to make the point that this is the biggest Texas Rangers fan you have ever met right here. And so the analogy is with Jeff Leach, with Representative Leach yesterday, there's a reason that they put him up there for that final at bat. I mean, they
he was
really
the cleanup
did.
guy.
Absolutely. And the thing is that he, basically said, we're not here to get Ken Paxton. The defense had made the argument that, this is the House against Ken Paxton. This is Republicans who, have ambitions against Ken Paxton. This is, sort of the deep state in Ken Paxton's office against Ken Paxton. This is Democrats against Ken Paxton. And he got up there and said, no, this is no one trying to get him. I didn't want to have to get him. I campaigned with this man. We went to football games together. We churched together.
We traveled together.
He said, I loved Ken Paxton for a long time. And then he started running through how things had changed in the past couple of years. And then all of this came about. So he really tried to bring that case home for the prosecution.
And I've heard a little bit of an argument from some people who said, you know what, this was just a beef inside the office, and that these whistleblowers should have gone to Ken Paxton first and said, you know what, we've got some problems, we don't like this. Or the House of Representatives should have said, you know what, we're going to call you in and we're going to talk this through before we take this public. Well, Jeff Leach yesterday was making the point, we tried. And the whistleblowers have said, we tried. We tried our best to tell him we have concerns. Jeff Leach said yesterday, we invited him to testify 12 times in front of our committee, and he did not come. And I know that was a point of contention that Jeff Leach had when the argument has been made, well, you should have handled this inside your own house before you took it outside and went public with it.
And the interesting thing is that some of those whistleblowers and some of the others who testified, including the ranger who was there in the office, who was
David
one of the whistleblowers, they were in the gallery yesterday as these closing arguments were being laid out, because they were allowed to be. Up until then, they had been under the rule, which meant that they couldn't hear anybody else's testimony or any other discussions going on in court outside of when they were in there. So they were listening in on that. One thing that I'm watching for today, we know, that these senators have been here a long time. They spent a legislative session getting ready for the legislative session before that. And then after that, they've had special sessions. And then this came up that kept them here in Austin. And then they probably still have special sessions to come. And so one of the things that I'm really looking for here is, we know that these senators are fatigued. We know that they would probably like to go home, get back to their full-time jobs, get back to their families, and also get back to campaigning and raising money, because we're heading into an election season here. And so you do wonder, after we get through these 16 articles, let's remember there's 4 more articles that were the set-asides. So there were 20 in all. We're only looking at 16 right now. There were 4 that were set aside. One of those, had to do with Ken Paxton's financial disclosure forms. A couple of those had to do with his securities fraud case against him. And so they've put those aside, and those can be brought up after we get through these first 16. And the interesting thing with those is those can be dismissed on just a simple majority vote. So all it takes is 16 senators to get rid of those. And with the ones dealing with conviction or acquittal, those have that higher threshold of 2/3 majority.
And I think a lot of people may think, today feels like the finish line. This feels like the end. It's certainly not in anyone's life, because we don't know if tomorrow, or actually this afternoon, once the vote is done, if he is not guilty on any of these, Ken Paxton can go straight back to his office.
Which is right next door, by the way. Yeah.
However, hanging over the head is still the indictments from, and this how long has it been? 8 years, 9 years since the indictments on securities and exchange fraud. So that trial is supposed to maybe begin this fall. So while this might feel like a finish line, I don't think it really is. I think it's sort of the middle.
I think we're maybe to the end of the appetizer.
Yeah,
here.
Absolutely.
So, Tanya, we just kind of came into your streaming broadcast here and took over. Sorry.
Felt a little bit like a filibuster, but that's okay. I appreciate it.
We are inside the Capitol. What did you expect?
It's all good. But clearly you and Teresa and Jason, y'all really play off of each other really well. Those 4 impeachment articles that they're talking about that were held in abeyance, those relate to that 2015 indictment, and right now those are pending in Harris County, and the Texas Supreme Court has cleared the way for those to be tried down there, so we're going to, see what happens. So bringing in, I've got Bud Kennedy, of course, with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and Matt Yarbrough, who's worked in the Attorney General's office under John Cornyn, former federal prosecutor. What are you guys, Matt, I'm going to start with you. What do you think we're going to see today?
I just think it's going to be interesting to see on which articles is Paxton going to pick up more votes or not. What issues, whether that was the midnight foreclosure order, the open records opinion, the Manila packet with the probable cause affidavit in it.
Allegedly. That never was not proved.
But we do know that Nate Paul did know the names of everybody that was in that probable cause affidavit. And as I think the House managers established, there's no way he would know that without having gotten access to that. And the only place he would have gotten access to that would have been through the AG's office.
Well, and we'll see what the senators decide on that issue. Bud?
Well, at one point I want to make about the comments is that there's been a lot of discussion of Representative Leach and his speech. The Senate really does not like the House. And when members of the House comes over and make speeches to the Senate treats them like the puppies showed up. It's like, what are you all doing here? Go back to your little
kind of go be seen and not heard.
So, yeah, exactly. The idea that the idea that Representative Leach carried some clout, maybe a little bit with the viewers, maybe planted a few words in people's minds, but generally they really don't want to listen to speeches from people in the House. I think that the vote probably, although I've been saying all along it was down to one vote, I think that a lot of the discussion has been from both sides, from people saying, come over to our side, we're going to remove him, you want to be on the winning side, come over to our side, or it's been from people saying, look, we've got 10, we need more, let's make this more than just a 1/3 vote, let's make it a half vote at least, let's get more Republicans on board. So that's where I think it's probably started out as a 1-vote margin, but I think it'll be a wider margin with people either saying, let's make this a Republican vote and uphold conservative politics and let the law enforcement worry about Ken Paxton, or with people saying, we need to clean this up and do something about the Attorney General's office.
And I think you brought up a great point, Tanya, about who else is watching this, because as the reporters just said, this is not over with this vote today. Ken Paxton is still facing criminal charges for securities fraud down in Harris County in Houston, as well as, to your point, Tanya, I can guarantee you the U.S. Attorney's Office in Austin was watching this, so was the FBI.
Well, there's a grand jury going on right now.
That's right. And they've indicted Nate Paul, and also I can guarantee you once every one of those deputies showed up that day to report the crimes that they believed had been committed by Ken Paxton, I guarantee you the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office reached out to the Public Corruption Division at Maine Justice, at the Department of Justice in D.C.
Now, I believe that was described yesterday in closing as the Biden FBI and the Biden Department of Justice. That's who's doing all this.
But did you hear Murr twice? I thought it was fantastic when he said the Trump FBI.
They originally the whistleblowers originally went to the Trump FBI, but they have gone out of their way now as this. And like I have said, this is all, even since May when this was sent to the Senate, this has all become part of the national discussion about impeachment and the national debate over partisanship.
Right.
It's all become Democrats and Republicans. It's not the validity of any of the charges. It's just, oh my gosh, down in Texas, they're trying to get rid of some Republican. Let's put a stop to this. Why would the Republicans support Democrats on this? And people who don't know anything about Texas are weighing in.
But this wasn't led by the Democrats.
But then that's the thing. This is what makes this so different compared to the other impeachments of Donald Trump, the two that took place there. I mean, this is blue on blue, or I guess you would say red on red friendly fire, right? These are Republicans who brought this. This would have never gotten to the Senate had the House Republicans not brought this. We wouldn't be having this impeachment case. And so it was interesting to watch this to see who could out Texas Republican the other person in the room. And that's the reason why every witness that got up there, they were on the direct were asked their bona fides as to whether they were Republican enough and how right-wing they were.
Oh, this is the right of the right of the right.
Attacking
clean.
each other. I mean, this is, and then think about it, the two most important witnesses are, you got the defendant Ken Paxton in the case, and then the person closing the argument for the House managers is Representative Leach, both from Collin County, right here.
Well, and there wasn't, except for Margaret Moore, the former DA of Travis County, every single witness that we saw, except for maybe Greg Cox, I don't know what his political affiliation is, but every single whistleblower, these are all Republicans.
Well, they would have had to have been staunch conservative, religious conservative Republicans to
get a
work
job
for Ken Paxton. And there was, I think, the HR guy had worked, he'd gone back to Dan Morales, but I don't even think he's been in charge of HR very long. He just rose up because other people had quit. I mean, there's been so much turnover in that whole office. So, but everybody else got up and said, oh my gosh, I went to Oral Roberts, and they were all the most squeaky clean of Republicans.
And Mateer and Banger both work for conservative organizations that are pushing,
right.
Those
religious
legal
freedoms,
right? Those kind of things. So they're
anti-LGBT,
right? I mean, these are not, and we actually saw the same thing with the January 6th committee, where you had all those witnesses also were Republicans, who in that particular situation as well. It's different, but I'm just pointing that out.
The first assistant, Jeff Munir, I can't remember.
Mateer. Jeff Mateer.
He was one of the few people that was rejected by the United States Senate for federal judge.
Right, because he was nominated by Donald Trump.
Because he was too right-wing.
Right.
Because he had called LGBTQ people satanic, and that the ACLU was trying to block him. So that means that there were Republicans in the Senate that thought he was too right-wing and voted against him for a federal judgeship.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing when you think about it. But what to Bud's point earlier, you were talking about that ultimately, regardless of how these senators vote, you're not really expecting that they'll get blowback from the voters. What you're expecting is it's going to depend on what they get or don't get from Dan Patrick?
Well, of course, first of all, they all have their statements ready. They know how they're going to vote. Their consultants have all prepared their statements. We've already gotten one email from a PR person saying we'll have a senator available, the moment the vote's cast to give you the statement. But they're already ready. But their life, their future, their success in the Senate depends on Dan Patrick. If Dan Patrick doesn't want their bills passed, they won't get passed, they won't get to committee, nothing will happen. Dan Patrick holds the Senate in an iron fist. And as much as the people watching the trial may think he's been a fair arbiter of justice, when it comes down to the Senate, it is totally Dan Patrick's way, and there is no other way. So they have to make sure that Dan Patrick's happy. All of Dan Patrick's allies, with the exception of one, are on the Team Paxton, want Paxton to be acquitted. They have the same campaign donors. They have the same political consultant. And so Dan Patrick has played it straight on the bench, but I think people know that to get something passed, they need Dan Patrick and his allies in the next session. We've got vouchers coming up right away. We've got a special session on vouchers. So the future support of Dan Patrick is more important than whatever happens right now. They can say, I think the FBI will take care of Paxton.
Well, we'll see. But do you think that Dan Patrick has sent out word indirectly which way they should go? I
don't think Dan Patrick sent out any word. I think he's been very cautious about that. I don't think he needs to send out word when they see his right hand of Paul Betancourt, and when they see the senators that stand by him the most. Brandon Creighton, his home senator, when they see his senators all voting to keep Paxton for the good of the party and for the good of the conservative movement, and to keep to pay attention more to conservative government in Texas than to some complaints about problems in the civil law firm. I think they see which way the wind's blowing.
Why do you think that we didn't hear this last night? Is it because they just decided, hey, we just want to go home and sleep and not be here all night and voting?
Maybe so. I mean, I'm still wondering, is that true that if you knew how you were going to vote yesterday and you didn't really need to caucus with your fellow senators, that you were allowed to go home, which was kind of the exact opposite of what Patrick said in his instructions to them, that they were supposed to remain there, they were going to deliberate about this. So I wonder if there was a bending of that rule when they got all together early on last night. So it'll be interesting to ultimately find out, was there a vote that kind of took place last night? Because, I've seen this happen with juries before, is they'll get in the room and they'll all take an immediate straw poll of each other.
But that's a normal jury.
It's a normal jury.
Is not normal.
And they'll do that without having read the jury instructions. I've seen this happen where, they'll take their vote, someone will say, I think we're supposed to fill out this paperwork, and they haven't even read the instructions or the law yet. So it would be interesting to see if they did something akin to that last night, of taking a straw vote, and then coming back this morning to see if anybody had moved since last night.
So what you're asking is, what did they know and when did they know it?
Yes.
And then you also have to wonder that as they go through these impeachment articles, is it possible that as the voting goes that somebody flips a vote?
I think it's possible that somebody flips a vote, and I think that that's possible that that's cover for some of the senators. They might say, knowing if the vote's going to fail, if Paxton's going to be retained, some of the senators might know that they can safely say, well, I voted to get rid of him over 10 and 12, but I couldn't go along with 8 and 9, and then some of the other senators flip on other articles. I think that they might know they have safe cover to say, well, I tried to get him, but then to let it slide through.
The sense I get from you, Bud, that is if they were to vote to remove him, you would be absolutely blown away.
I really have said all along that I was surprised that this went to trial at all. The Senate is just not any sort of reasonable body with a balanced representation. The Senate the lines were drawn, the districts were drawn to have a staunch conservative Senate. And we have a very staunch conservative Senate. And the debate right now is between conservatives. It's between conservatives who want to stick with Donald Trump, promote conservative government, and ignore distractions and promote what the Senate's doing to make Texas more conservative and to keep Texas red. And on the other side, you have legal conservatives, religious conservatives who say, gosh, this was wrong. It's this kind of thing I've always thought was wrong. I have to vote against it. And so you have all these very conservative people who just are disagreeing on how to handle this. And it's being seen nationally as a partisan and as a endorsement or opposition of Donald Trump. Let's go, you asked about Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick is the state captain of Donald Trump's campaign. I mean, Donald Trump has published on social media that he has to keep Ken Paxton. So,
he said what he wants.
I think everybody, I don't know if the jury read that, but they know.
And of course in Texas, you know, that might be a good thing for these conservatives, but for most of the folks that Trump backed in 2022 and tried to primary those people, they almost all lost. If Trump had handpicked that person in that district, now that's of course outside of Texas,
right?
You know, those are in different states in here. But I come back to what Representative Leach said yesterday in his closing, and that was just a phenomenal closing. The very end when he talked about courage. And that'll be interesting to see if one of these conservative Republican senators has the courage to vote away on one of these articles. And if that will send a signal to some of the other senators that they can have the courage to do so as well.
And actually, let's take a listen to some of what Representative Leach had to say.
Mr. Busby, you said in your closing that we're here because we hate Ken Paxton, and you could not be more wrong. I have loved Ken Paxton for a long time. I've done life with Ken Paxton. We've traveled together, attended church together, attended countless Cowboys and Baylor football games together. Heck, we're both former Baylor student body presidents.
Yeah, I mean, that was his closing was, I thought, particularly effective. And I was not surprised that they ended with him because he is a Collin County Republican. And it made a lot of sense to me. In fact, I kept seeing him over at the prosecution table, the House impeachment manager's table, and thinking they're going to close with him because it makes a lot of sense to close with a Collin County guy.
But that quote yesterday, in his closing, the Martin Luther King quote that
I'm going to pull it up.
That was a great and fantastic quote about courage. Because that's what it's going to take here. It's going to take the courage of one or two of these key conservative Republican senators to switch. And who knows which article that's going to be if it does happen. But as Bud said, the expectation here is that they may not have that courage.
I just do not see the Texas Senate as a profiles in courage kind of body. I mean, they're into passing bills, getting what they need for their district. If they're, kicking down the list and say, I need this bill passed next session, we'd like to have a pharmacy school, we need that highway widened. I mean, they're going to vote in favor of the needs of their district and whatever Dan Patrick wants them to do. Courage is not something that the Texas Senate specializes in.
Well, and we're going to see one way or the other where they stand. And just to reset for folks, we have been told to expect a vote at 11:10 a.m. Originally, they had said 10:30. We will see the senators who are acting as jurors in this impeachment trial. They're going to vote on each article, 16 articles. And then they're going to first of all do a written vote, and then they will poll the jury one by one, and they'll have to stand up and say how they voted. And so, that's kind of extraordinary just when you think about it. The last time we had an impeachment in the state of Texas back in the 70s, of course, was a state district judge, and then more than 100 years ago with Governor Ferguson.
Nearly 100.
And you think about it, in those cases, we didn't have social media. We didn't have email. We didn't have the internet. Now, I guess we had TV in the 70s. I was born in the 70s, so yes, we had TV. But we didn't have live streams or anything. It's a whole different world today.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Austin during that trial, and I don't think it was followed much or on television. And there wasn't a lot of coverage when the state district judge from the Valley went through impeachment. Certainly, Governor Ferguson's impeachment came during the 20s, which was the heyday of newspapers. So there were 5-6 newspapers in some cities. I think Dallas had 4. So you had a lot of vivid coverage of Ma and Pa at the time. And it was, of course, the coverage of Pa's wrongdoing. Pa was like a populist hero. He became the poor people's champion. And so he became, kind of before Pappy O'Daniel, he was this, leader of the poor people that was popular. And then that's why when he was impeached, they elected his wife. They elected Ma Ferguson. So it was a different time. I want to circle back. I was a little hard on the Senate a while ago. I want to point out the Senate also resents that the House dumped this hot potato in their lap at the end of the session. And the Senate, kind of feels like that this should never come to them in the first place and blames the House.
Well, it is definitely a hot potato, and I want to send it back. I want to bring back in Jason Wheeler and Teresa Woodard, who are there in Austin. What are you guys hearing right now?
I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to get this at 11:10 either. It was supposed to happen at 10:30, then we get late word well after 10:30 that they've pushed it to 11:10. And just looking at this live view from the Senate chamber right now, which is the impeachment court here, at 11:05, and I don't see hardly anyone at their desks. I don't see the lieutenant governor, who's the judge, the presiding officer, in there. I don't think this is happening at 11:10 either.
Earlier, when we thought it was going to be 10:30, we did see people milling about. In fact, we did see Senator Angela Paxton from Collin County, of course, the wife of the suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's at the heart of this case. We did see her in the chamber at one point.
About 10:35 or so. She was waiting like the rest of us.
Yeah, but now clearly, like you said, it doesn't have the feel that this is about to happen.
Sometimes this is just a matter of them trying to wrangle one senator. We dealt with this a couple of times in the trial where they're like, we're trying to page. Okay, that's a throwback. That came from nowhere. We're trying to
Showing your age, Jason.
I guess I did. Well, at least I was around when those pagers that had the alphanumeric at least. But no, they were, during the trial even they'd be like, can somebody text Senator so-and-so, we're ready to begin again here. So we may be waiting on one or more.
Be that.
Who knows what it is?
There is the possibility that there's, a little bit of backroom dealing still going on. But in my head, I feel like it's probably more of somebody got stuck somewhere and oops, I thought I'd be there at 10:30 and I'm not quite there yet. So,
but we know the lawyers are in there as well, at least some of them, because they passed by quite a while ago, headed in that direction, and they're sitting there on tenterhooks, waiting to see which argument did this Senate jury buy? Which, did we convince? Did they put enough holes in it and create enough doubt on the defense side? And so they're waiting like everybody else.
What was most persuasive? But we've talked about this multiple times, and you can see behind us people who are just touring the Texas Capitol. And I don't want to. This is an important vote. This is an important day in Texas history, but I don't know how many in fact, as I turned around, I just see more members of the House Board of Managers walking back over right now. But I don't know how many regular folk in Texas are paying as close attention as we are, especially throughout the last few days. They probably heard it. It became a little bit, oh yeah, I hear that's going on. I don't really know. Maybe once we have a decision, they'll dial back in. But I think this is proof that life goes on for many people who live in Texas. They don't maybe understand why this matters to them, but it does.
Yeah.
It matters to every single one of us, but clearly not everybody is tuned in right now.
It matters to every single one of us because the Attorney General's office affects daily life for all Texans because it's a very powerful office. The suits that it files, the opinions it issues affect every aspect of life here in Texas. And this is one of the top elected officials in this state. So yeah, it does matter to everybody. I have a little bit of a different take on this, just because I do the Yolitics podcast. I'll go ahead and plug that right now. And we've had some really interesting episodes, especially recently, regarding Ken Paxton, and the appetite, the downloads on those have just been through the roof compared to even some other really hot button issues here in this state. So I think people are paying attention in an unusual way that we don't normally see.
And we know that the numbers on people watching this digital stream have been very high, and that's only because the one and only Tanya Iserer is the host of this digital stream. So Tanya, it's all because of you.
They're in there.
Okay.
Dean Patrick now presiding.
Okay, so we have seen Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has entered the room. He has gotten on the dais, and we're now awaiting to see how what's going to happen. These senators will be voting on 16 impeachment articles. They will be voting on whether or not to sustain or not sustain. If they do sustain any of these articles, okay, he's about to speak. Let's take a listen to what he has to say.
Where's the defendant?
Good morning, everyone. We will be led in prayer as we do every day when we're in session. Today, Senator Lois Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take just one moment to say a word to you on behalf of this body for the leadership in presiding over this court of impeachment. The seriousness, the gravity, the constitutional duty that we had. You have done a marvelous job, and it truly has been remarkable, your dedication to the people of the state of Texas. Thank you. Chairman Birdwell, for all of us, thank you for your work group, your rules work group, and those that were on the rules work group, thank you so much for all that you have done. And finally, to our staff. Oh my goodness, thank you all. I know that we've thanked the Senate staff, but thank you to our staffs that have prepared us for this. Please give them room. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you today with our hearts and minds turned to you. For it is written in Isaiah, "For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our King." We have so much to be thankful for. All that you have given us, bestowed upon us, and the responsibilities that you have placed upon us. Give us wisdom, discernment, and most of all, peace, as decisions are made today. And no matter the outcome, we know that you are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and end, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. Amen.
And thank you, Senator. You may be seated. You know, to those in the gallery and those watching, many of you are unfamiliar with the Senate regular sessions, but a lot of denominations, a lot of beliefs on our Senate floor, but we pray before every session. And during the last week of session, when we're here that Sunday, we have a Bible study back there that most of the senators attend. And we come out here as we did this year. We stand in a circle and we hold each other's hands and we pray because we know who we answer to ultimately in all the things we do. All 31 members on this floor, and it helps bring us together when we deal with difficult issues. Members, I've been informed by Senator Birdwell, the chairman of the Rules Committee, that you are now prepared to vote on 16 articles of impeachment. As you recall, during the pretrial motions, you will write your vote down on a piece of paper. It will be collected by the bailiffs. Our clerk, Patsy Spa, our Secretary of the Senate, is her official title, but clerk of this court, she'll read those at random. That's different than we normally vote, for everyone to know, because we normally vote in alphabetical order. And this way, there's no pressure on someone at the front, the middle, or the back of the alphabet. So this way it's pulled out at random, and then I will confirm your vote as we go through each article. Members, you will now vote on Article 1. I will read the article for you each time. Disregard of official duty, protection of charitable organization. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the duties of his office by failing to act as public protector of charitable organizations as required by Chapter 123 of the Property Code. Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to intervene in a lawsuit brought by the Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitty Foundation against several corporate entities controlled by Nate Paul. Paxton harmed the Mitty Foundation in an effort to benefit Paul. A yea vote is to convict. A nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots on the voting form. And again, for everyone watching, of the 16 articles, if he is convicted on one article, he is removed from office. Looks like everyone has finished writing. Bailiffs, please collect the ballots.
Okay, so the senators right now are voting on Article 1. This is the article that relates to the Mitty Foundation. This allegation that he used his employees to intervene in a lawsuit against the Mitty Foundation, that Nate Paul had this allegation involving Nate Paul, and that he used it to help Nate Paul out in this lawsuit. And so we're waiting to see now how the senators are going to vote. They'll initially start off voting in writing, and then each of them will be polled.
All of the ballots in, bailiffs?
Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Wertner, nay. Campbell, nay. Nichols, yay. Blanco, yay. La Mantilla, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Zaffarini, yay. Hancock, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Colcourse, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay.
Reminding the people in the gallery and watching, it takes 21 votes to convict on any one article.
$14 yeas, 16 nays.
I will now confirm the votes. Alvarado? Senator Betancourt?
Nay.
Senator Birdwell?
Nay.
Senator Blanco?
Nay.
Senator Campbell?
Nay.
Senator Creighton?
Nay.
Senator Eckhart?
Nay.
Senator Flores?
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez?
Yay.
Senator Hall?
Nay.
Senator Hancock?
Yay.
Senator Hinojosa?
Yay.
Senator Huffman? Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson? Senator King?
Nay.
Senator Colcourse?
Nay.
Senator LaMantia?
Yay.
Senator Menendez?
Yay.
Senator Middleton? Senator Miles?
Yay.
Senator Nichols?
Yay.
Senator Parker?
Yay.
Senator Perry?
Yay.
Senator Swertner?
Yay.
Senator Sparks?
Yay.
Senator Springer?
Yay.
Senator West?
Yay.
Senator Whitmire? Senator Zaffarani?
Yay.
Total 14 yeas, 16 nays. A finding of acquittal is entered as to Article 1. Members, you will now vote on Article 2, disregard of official duty, abuse of the opinion process. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to issue written legal opinions under Subchapter C, Chapter 402 Government Code. Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to prepare an opinion in an attempt to avoid the impending foreclosure sales of properties belonging to Nate Paul or business entities controlled by Paul. Paxton concealed his actions by soliciting the chair of a Senate committee to serve as a straw requester. Furthermore, Paxton directed employees of his office to reverse their legal conclusion for the benefit of Paul. Please fill out your forms. I believe you can collect the ballots, bailiff. All the ballots are turned in. The clerk will read when ready.
LaMantia, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Schwartner, nay. Campbell, nay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Blanco, yay. Nichols, yay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Zaffarini, yay. Colcourse, nay. Hancock, yay. Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
I will now poll the jury to confirm the votes. Senator Alvarado? Senator Betancourt? Senator Birdwell? Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Nay.
Senator Creighton?
Nay.
Senator Eckhart?
Yay.
Senator Flores?
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez?
Hey.
Senator Hall?
Hey.
Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Hey.
Senator Huffman? Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson? Senator King?
Hey.
Senator Colcourse? Senator LaMantia?
Yay.
Senator Menendez?
Hey.
Senator Middleton? Senator Miles? Senator Nichols?
Hey.
Senator Parker?
Hey.
Senator Perry? Senator Schwartner? Senator Sparks?
Hey.
Senator Springer?
Hey.
Senator West?
Hey.
Senator Whitmire? Senator Zaffarini?
Yay.
There being 14 yeas, 16 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered for Article 2. Members, you will now be voting on Article 3, disregard of official duty, abuse of the open records process. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to administer the Public Information Law, Chapter 552 of the Government Code. Specifically, Paxton directed employees of his office to act contrary to law by refusing to render a proper decision relating to a public information request for records held by the Department of Public Safety, and by issuing a decision involving another public information request that was contrary to law and applicable to legal precedent. A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballot. You may collect the ballots. You've collected all of the ballots. Thank you. Secretary, the clerk will read them when ready.
Lamantia, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Wortner, nay. Blanco, yay. Campbell, nay. Nichols, yay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Zaffarini, yay. Hancock, yay. Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Colcourse, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
Now confirm the voting. Senator Alvarado.
Yay.
Senator Betancourt.
Yay.
Senator Birdwell.
Yay.
Senator Blanco.
Yay.
Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Yay.
Senator Eckhart.
Yay.
Senator Flores.
Yay.
Senator Gutierrez.
Yay.
Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Yay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Please speak up. Okay, I can barely hear you. Senator Johnson.
Yay.
Senator King.
Yay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator Lamantia.
Yay.
Senator Menendez.
Yay.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles.
Yay.
Senator Nichols.
Yay.
Senator Parker.
Yay.
Senator Perry. Senator Swertner. Senator Sparks. Senator Springer. Senator West.
Yay.
Senator Whitmire. Senator Zaffarini. There being 14 ayes, 16 nays, the finding of acquittal is entered for Article 3. Members, you are now voting on Article 4, disregard of official duty, misuse of official information. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to administer the Public Information Law, Chapter 552 of the Government Code. Specifically, Paxton improperly obtained access to information held by his office that had not been publicly disclosed for the purpose of providing information to the benefit of Nate Paul. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. Please collect the ballot. All the ballots are in. Clerk will read at random the votes.
Hancock, nay. Menendez, nay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Goldhorst, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, nay. Eckhart, nay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Blanco, nay. La Mantilla, nay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, nay. Springer, nay. Schwertner, nay. Campbell, nay. Nichols, nay. West, nay. Whitmire, nay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, nay. Zaffarini, nay. Two yeas, 28 nays.
May confirm the votes. Senator Alvarado? Senator Betancourt?
Nay.
Senator Birdwell?
Nay.
Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Nay.
Senator Creighton?
Nay.
Senator Eckhart?
Nay.
Senator Flores?
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez?
Yay.
Senator Hall?
Nay.
Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Nay.
Senator Huffman? Senator Hughes?
Nay.
Senator Johnson?
Nay.
Senator King?
Nay.
Senator Colcourse? Senator LaMantia? Senator Menendez? Senator Middleton? Senator Miles? Senator Nichols?
Nay.
Senator Miles, did you say nay? Nay. Okay. You said yay? Okay, I just want to confirm that. Okay. It is yay. Okay. Senator Nichols? Senator Nichols? Nay, did you say? Okay, sorry, couldn't hear you. Senator Parker?
Nay.
Senator Perry?
Nay.
Senator Schwertner?
Nay.
Senator Sparks?
Nay.
Senator Springer? Senator Springer? Senator West?
Nay.
Senator Whitmire?
Nay.
Senator Zaffarani?
Nay.
28 nays, 2 yeas. A finding of acquittal is entered for Article 4. Members, you will now vote on Article 5, disregard of official duty engagement of CAMIC. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro tem. Specifically, Paxton engaged Brandon Kamick, a licensed attorney, to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint during which Kamick issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul or Paul's business entities. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. I think they are marked. Bailiffs may pick up. All the ballots are in. The clerk will read them at random.
Campbell, nay. Nichols, nay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Zaffarini, yay. Lamantia, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Schwartner, nay. Hancock, yay. Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Colkhorst, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Blanco, yay. Thirteen yeas, 17 nays.
I'll confirm the votes. Senator Alvarado.
Nay.
Senator Betancourt.
Nay.
Senator Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Nay.
Senator Creighton.
Nay.
Senator Eckhart.
Nay.
Senator Flores.
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez.
Nay.
Senator Hall.
Nay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Nay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson.
Nay.
Senator King. Senator King.
Nay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia.
Nay.
Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Nay.
Senator Parker.
Nay.
Senator Perry. Senator Swertner.
Nay.
Senator Sparks. Senator Springer.
Nay.
Senator West. Senator Whitmire. Senator Zaffirini. 13 yeas, 17 nays. A finding of acquittal is entered for Article 5. Members, you will now be voting on Article 6, disregard of official duty, termination of whistleblowers. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the duties of his office by terminating and taking adverse personal action against employees of his office in violation of this state's whistleblower law, Chapter 554 of the Government Code. Specifically, Paxton terminated employees of his office who made good faith reports in his unlawful actions to law enforcement authorities. Paxton terminated the employees without good cause or due process and in retaliation for reporting his illegal acts and improper conduct. Furthermore, Paxton engaged in a public and private campaign to impugn the employees' professional reputations or prejudice their future employment. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. You may pick up the ballots. Austin and Matt, you've collected all the ballots. The Secretary will read them at random. The clerk will read them at random.
Campbell, nay. Schwartner, nay. Springer, nay. Johnson, yea. Gutierrez, yea. Miles, yea. Hughes, nay. Parker, nay. LaMantia, yea. Blanco, yea. Zaffirini, yea. Hinojosa, yea. Huffman, nay. Whitmire, yea. West, yea. Nichols, yea. Hancock, yea. Menendez, yea. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Colcourse, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
We'll confirm the vote. Senator Alvarado?
Yay.
Senator Betancourt?
Nay.
Senator Burtonwell?
Nay.
Senator Blanco?
Nay.
Senator Campbell?
Nay.
Senator Creighton?
Nay.
Senator Eckhart? Senator Flores?
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez?
Yay.
Senator Hall?
Nay.
Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Nay.
Senator Huffman? Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson?
Yay.
Senator King?
Nay.
Senator Colcourse? Senator Lamantia?
Yay.
Senator Menendez?
Yay.
Senator Middleton? Senator Miles? Senator Nichols?
Yay.
Senator Parker?
Yay.
Senator Perry? Senator Schwertner?
Yay.
Senator Sparks?
Yay.
Senator Springer?
Yay.
Senator West?
Yay.
Senator Whitmire?
Yay.
Senator Zaffarini. There being 14 yeas and 16 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered for Article 6. Members, we now move on for you to vote on Article 7, misapplication of public resources, whistleblower investigation and report. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused public resources entrusted to him. Specifically, Paxton directed employees of his office to conduct a sham investigation into whistleblower complaints made by employees whom Paxton had terminated, and to create and publish a lengthy written report containing false and misleading statements in Paxton's defense. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. You may collect the ballots. I see all the ballots collected. Secretary will read them at random.
Senator Springer, nay. Senator Schwertner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffarini, yay. Senator Blanco, yay. Senator Lamantia, yay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, yay. Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Senator Colcourse, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Alvarado, yay. Senator Eckhart, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Senator Hancock, yay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
I'll poll the jury to be sure to confirm the vote. Senator Alvarado?
Yay.
Senator Betancourt?
Yay.
Senator Birdwell?
Yay.
Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Yay.
Senator Creighton?
Hey.
Senator Eckhart?
Yay.
Senator Flores?
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez?
Hey.
Senator Hall?
Hey.
Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Hey.
Senator Huffman?
Hey.
Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson?
Hey.
Senator King?
Hey.
Senator Colcourse? Senator LaMantia?
Yay.
Senator Menendez?
Hey.
Senator Middleton? Senator Miles?
Hey.
Senator Nichols?
Hey.
Senator Parker?
Hey.
Senator Perry?
Hey.
Senator Swertner?
Hey.
Senator Sparks?
Hey.
Senator Springer?
Hey.
Senator West?
Hey.
Senator Whitmire? Senator Zaffarini? 14 ayes, 16 nays. A finding of acquittal is entered as to Article 7. Members, you will now vote on Article 8, disregard of official duty settlement agreement. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by concealing his wrongful acts in connection with whistleblower complaints made by employees whom Paxton had terminated. Specifically, Paxton entered into a settlement agreement with the whistleblowers that provides for payment of the settlement from public funds. The settlement agreement stayed the wrongful termination suit and conspicuously delayed the discovery of facts and testimony at trial to Paxton's advantage, which deprived the electorate of its opportunity to make an informed decision when voting for Attorney General. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. You may pick up the ballots. The ballots are collected. The clerk will read them at random.
Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Springer, nay. Senator Swertner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffirini, nay. Senator Blanco, yay. Senator LaMantia, nay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, nay. Senator Eckhart, nay. Senator Hancock, nay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Senator Colkhorst, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Alvarado, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Eight yeas, 22 nays.
Confirming the votes, Senator Alvarado.
Yay.
Senator Betancourt.
Nay.
Senator Birdwell. Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Nay.
Senator Creighton.
Nay.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores.
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez.
Yay.
Senator Hall.
Nay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Nay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes.
Nay.
Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Nay.
Senator Colkhorst. Senator LaMantia.
Nay.
Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles.
Nay.
We have you marked as a nay on here. Did you say yay or nay?
I'm sorry. Number 9.
You're a nay. Okay. Okay. Senator Nichols.
Yay.
Senator Parker. Senator Perry. Senator Perry. Senator Schwertner.
Nay.
Senator Sparks. Senator Springer.
Nay.
Senator West.
Here.
Senator Whitmire.
Nay.
Senator Zaffirini. There being 8 yeas and 22 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered for Article 8. Members, you will now vote on Article 9, constitutional bribery, Paul's employment of mistress. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in bribery in violation of Section 41, Article 16, Texas Constitution. Specifically, Paxton benefited from Nate Paul's employment of a woman with whom Paxton was having an extramarital affair. Paul received favorable legal assistance from or specialized access to the office of the Attorney General. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your voting form. I believe you can collect. All ballots collected. Secretary, clerk of the court will read at random.
Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Colcourse, nay. Bettencourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Hancock, nay. Blanco, yay. Lamantia, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Schwertner, nay. Campbell, nay. Nichols, nay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Safarini, yay. Twelve yeas, 18 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado, Senator Bettencourt, Senator Birdwell, Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell, Senator Creighton, Senator Eckhart, Senator Flores, Senator Gutierrez, Senator Hall, Senator Hancock, Senator Hinojosa, Senator Huffman, Senator Hughes, Senator Johnson, Senator King, Senator Colcourse, Senator Lamantia, Senator Menendez, Senator Middleton, Senator Miles, Senator Nichols, Senator Parker, Senator Perry, Senator Schwertner, Senator Sparks, Senator Springer, Senator West, Senator Whitmire, Senator Zaffirini. There being 12 yeas and 18 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered for Article 9. We have 16 total articles to vote on. We are now on Article number 10. Constitutional bribery. Paul's providing renovations to the Paxton home. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in bribery in violation of Section 41, Article 16, Texas Constitution. Specifically, Paxton benefited from Nate Paul providing renovations to Paxton's home. Paul received favorable legal assistance from or specialized access to the office of the Attorney General. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. May collect the ballots. All ballots are collected. Clerk will read them at random.
Senator Springer, nay. Senator Schwertner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay.
Matt, can you come forward, please? This ballot was not marked Senator Zaffirini, so we're going to return it to you. This is Article 10. Since you have recorded 72,000 consecutive ballots and votes since the mid-'80s as a senator, I didn't want you to miss one. Looking out for you.
Senator Zaffirini, yay. Senator Blanco, yay. Senator LaMantia, yay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, yay. Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Colcourse, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Alvarado, yay. Senator Eckhart, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Senator Hancock, yay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
I'll confirm the vote. Senator Alvarado. Nay. Senator Betancourt.
Nay.
Senator Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Nay.
Senator Creighton.
Nay.
Senator Eckhart.
Nay.
Senator Flores.
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez.
Nay.
Senator Hall.
Nay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Nay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Nay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia. Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols. Senator Parker. Senator Perry. Senator Schwertner. Senator Sparks. Senator Springer. Senator West. Senator Whitmire. Senator Zaffirini. There being 14 yeas, 16 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered as to Article 10. And if you've joined us in session online. It takes 21 votes to convict, and the Attorney General is removed from office if he's convicted on just one of the 16 articles. We're now to Article 11. I'm sorry, it's Article 15 because we skipped a few numbers. Excuse me. False statements in official records, whistleblower response report. This is Article 15. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton made false or misleading statements in official records to mislead both the public and public officials. Specifically, Paxton made or caused to be made multiple false or misleading statements in a lengthy written report issued by his office in response to whistleblower allegations. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your voting form. You may pick up the ballots. All ballots are in. Clerk will read them at random.
Senator Eckhart, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Senator Hancock, yay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Senator Kolkhorst, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Alvarado, yay. Senator Miles, yay. Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Springer, nay. Senator Schwartner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffirini, yay. Senator Blanco, yay. Senator LaMantia, yay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado.
Yay.
Senator Betancourt.
Yay.
Senator Birdwell. Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Hey.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores.
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez.
Hey.
Senator Hall.
Hey.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa. Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson.
Hey.
Senator King.
Hey.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia. Senator Menendez.
Hey.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Yay.
Senator Parker.
Hey.
Senator Perry.
Hey.
Senator Schwertner.
Hey.
Senator Sparks.
Hey.
Senator Springer. Senator West.
Hey.
Senator Whitmire. Senator Zaffarini. There being 14 yeas and 16 nays, the finding of acquittal is entered for Article 15. Members, you will now vote on Article 16, conspiracy and attempted conspiracy. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton acted with others to conspire or attempt to conspire to commit acts described in one or more articles. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. I believe you can collect them. All the ballots are in. Clerk will read them at random.
Colcourse, nay. Betancourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Hancock, yay. Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Schwertner, nay. Campbell, nay. Nichols, yay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Zaffarini, yay. Blanco, yay. Lamantia, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
To confirm the vote, Senator Alvarado, Senator Betancourt,
Nay.
Senator Birdwell,
Nay.
Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell,
Nay.
Senator Creighton,
Nay.
Senator Eckhart,
Nay.
Senator Flores,
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez,
Nay.
Senator Hall,
Nay.
Senator Hancock, Senator Hinojosa,
Nay.
Senator Huffman, Senator Hughes,
Nay.
Senator Johnson, Senator King,
Nay.
Senator Colcourse, Senator Lamantia, Senator Menendez,
Nay.
Senator Middleton, Senator Miles, Senator Nichols,
Nay.
Senator Parker,
Nay.
Senator Perry, Senator Swertner,
Nay.
Senator Sparks, Senator Springer,
Nay.
Senator West, Senator Whitmire,
Nay.
Senator Zaffarini. 14 yeas, 16 nays. A finding of acquittal is entered for Article 16. We have 4 articles remaining. Members, you are now voting on Article 17, misappropriation of public resources while holding office as Attorney General. Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by causing employees of his office to perform services for his benefit and the benefit of others. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. You may pick them up. All ballots have been turned in. The clerk will read them at random.
Alvarado, yay. Senator Eckhart, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Senator Hancock, yay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Senator Colcourse, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Swertner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffarini, yay. Senator Blanco, yay. Senator LaMantia, yay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, yay. Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Springer, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado.
Yay.
Senator Betancourt.
Nay.
Senator Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Nay.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores.
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez.
Yay.
Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Yay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes.
Yay.
Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Yay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia.
Yay.
Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Yay.
Senator Parker. Senator Perry.
Hey.
Senator Swertner.
Hey.
Senator Sparks. Senator Springer.
Hey.
Senator Whitmire. Senator West.
Aye.
And Senator Zaffarini. 14 yeas, 16 nays. A finding of acquittal is entered to Article 17. Members, you will now vote on Article 18, dereliction of duty. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the Texas Constitution, his oaths of office, statutes, and public policy against public officials acting contrary to the public interest by engaging in acts described in one or more articles. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your voting form. I believe you can collect the ballots. All ballots have been collected. Clerk will read them at random.
Senator Blanco, yay. Senator LaMantia, yay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, yay. Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Springer, nay. Senator Swertner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffarini, yay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Senator Kolkhorst, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Alvarado, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Senator Hancock, yay. I'm off one, I better check.
We're going to recheck them.
Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado, Senator Betancourt, Senator Birdwell, Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell, Senator Creighton, Senator Eckhart, Senator Flores, Senator Gutierrez, Senator Hall, Senator Hancock, Senator Hinojosa, Senator Huffman, Senator Hughes, Senator Johnson, Senator King, Senator Kolkhorst, Senator LaMantia, Senator Menendez, Senator Middleton, Senator Miles, Senator Nichols, Senator Parker, Senator Perry, Senator Swertner, Senator Sparks, Senator Springer, Senator West, Senator Whitmire, Senator Zaffarini. There being 14 yeas and 16 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered as to Article 18. Members, you will now vote on Article 19, unfitness for office. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in misconduct, private or public, of such character as to indicate his unfitness for office, as shown by the acts described in one or more articles. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. You may pick up the ballot. All the ballots are collected. The clerk will read them at random.
Lamantia, yay. Parker, nay. Hughes, nay. Miles, yay. Gutierrez, yay. Johnson, yay. Springer, nay. Schwartner, nay. Campbell, nay. Nichols, yay. West, yay. Whitmire, yay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, yay. Zaffarini, yay. Hancock, yay. Menendez, yay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, nay. Perry, nay. Colcourse, nay. Bettencourt, nay. Creighton, nay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, yay. Eckhart, yay. King, nay. Sparks, nay. Flores, nay. Blanco, yay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
Confirming the vote. Senator Alvarado?
Yay.
Senator Bettencourt?
Hey.
Senator Birdwell?
Hey.
Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Yay.
Senator Creighton?
Hey.
Senator Eckhart? Senator Flores?
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez?
Aye.
Senator Hall?
Hey.
I got it. Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Hey.
Senator Huffman?
Hey.
Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson? Senator King?
Hey.
Senator Colcourse? Senator Lamantia? Senator Menendez?
Hey.
Senator Middleton? Senator Miles? Senator Nichols?
Yay.
Senator Parker?
Hey.
Senator Perry?
Hey.
Senator Schwertner?
Hey.
Senator Sparks? Senator Springer? Senator Whitmire? Senator West?
Hey.
Senator Zaffarini? 14 yeas, 16 nays. They find him acquittal is entered for Article 19. Members, this is the last article for you to vote on, Article 20, Abuse of Public Trust. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton used, misused, or failed to use his official powers in a manner calculated to subvert the lawful operation of the government of the state of Texas and to obstruct the fair and impartial administration of justice, thereby bringing the office of Attorney General into scandal and disrepute to the prejudice of public confidence in the government of this state, as shown by the acts described in one or more articles. Shall this article of impeachment be sustained? A yea vote is to convict, a nay vote is to acquit. Please mark your ballots. You may pick up. All ballots are collected. The clerk will read them at random.
Senator Springer, nay. Senator Schwertner, nay. Senator Campbell, nay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, yay. Senator Whitmire, yay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffirini, yay. Senator Blanco, yay. Senator LaMantia, yay. Senator Parker, nay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, yay. Senator Gutierrez, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Alvarado, yay. Senator Eckhart, yay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, nay. Senator Flores, nay. Senator Hancock, yay. Senator Menendez, yay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, nay. Senator Perry, nay. Senator Colcourse, nay. Senator Betancourt, nay. Senator Creighton, nay. Senator Middleton, nay. Fourteen yeas, 16 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado.
Yay.
Senator Betancourt.
Nay.
Senator Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Nay.
Senator Creighton.
Hey.
Senator Eckhart.
Yay.
Senator Flores.
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez.
Hey.
Senator Hall.
Hey.
Senator Hancock. That was a yay, correct? Senator Hancock, that was a yay. Senator Hinojosa.
Hey.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Hey.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia. Senator Menendez.
Hey.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Hey.
Senator Parker.
Hey.
Senator Perry. Senator Swartner. Senator Sparks. Senator Springer. Senator West.
Hey.
Senator Whitmire.
Hey.
Senator Zaffarini. There being 14 yeas and 16 nays, a finding of acquittal is entered as to Article 20. Senator Birdwell, I understand you have a motion.
Rule 30B, I move for the dismissal of the remaining articles of impeachment, Articles 11, Article 12, Article 13, and Article 14 that were held in abeyance. A dismissal in this context does not constitute an acquittal of any charge contained in the articles of impeachment, but would constitute a final decision by the Senate on the articles of impeachment, and the impeachment would no longer be pending for purposes of Article 15, Section 5 of the Texas Constitution, and the Court of Impeachment would dissolve upon further motion to adjourn sine die, Mr. President.
Members, do you still have a blank form on your desk? So you will vote yea is to dismiss the remaining articles. Nay is to deny the motion to dismiss. So yea is to dismiss. A nay vote is to deny. Please mark your ballots carefully. A yea vote is to grant the motion. A nay vote is to deny the motion. Bailiff, you may collect the votes. The ballots have been collected. The clerk will read them at random. This is a simple 16 vote on the motion, not 21.
Senator Hall, yay. Senator Perry, yay. Senator Colcourse, yay. Senator Betancourt, yay. Senator Creighton, yay. Senator Middleton, yay. Senator Alvarado, nay. Senator Eckhart, nay. Senator King, yay. Senator Sparks, yay. Senator Flores, yay. Senator Hancock, yay. Senator Menendez, nay. Senator Birdwell, yay. Senator Blanco, nay. Senator LaMantia, nay. Senator Parker, yay. Senator Hughes, yay. Senator Miles, nay. Senator Gutierrez, nay. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Springer, yay. Senator Schwartner, yay. Senator Campbell, yay. Senator Nichols, yay. Senator West, nay. Senator Whitmire, nay. Senator Huffman, yay. Senator Hinojosa, yay. Senator Zaffarini, nay. Nineteen yeas, 11 nays.
I'll now confirm these votes to grant the motion by Senator Birdwell. Senator Alvarado?
Yay.
Senator Betancourt?
Yay.
Senator Birdwell?
Yay.
Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Yay.
Senator Creighton?
Yay.
Senator Eckhart?
Yay.
Senator Flores?
Yay.
Senator Gutierrez?
Yay.
Senator Hall?
Yay.
Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Yay.
Senator Huffman?
Yay.
Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson? Senator King? Senator Colcourse? Senator LaMantia? Senator Menendez? Senator Middleton? Senator Miles? Senator Nichols?
Yay.
Senator Parker?
Yay.
Senator Perry?
Yay.
Senator Schwartner? Senator Sparks? Senator Springer? Senator West? Senator Whitmire? Senator Zaffarini? There being 19 yeas and 11 nays, the motion is granted. Members, before we adjourn, I'm going to make a couple of remarks to put in the record. Also, I want to remind you under Rule 8 of the rules that you passed, each of you can enter a written statement into the record over the next 72 hours. So it would have to be in the next 72 hours. I remind you this is an historic event, and as we look back at the last impeachments here, there was much to learn, and you have that opportunity to leave your thoughts and your remarks, as I will here in a moment, for others to look at, in case there's another impeachment at some time in the future of Texas. However, before I make my remarks, I want to excuse my legal counsel, Judge Lana Myers, who's been just an extraordinary person to work with and has become a great friend, and she's just been terrific. Before judge on the Fifth Circuit, on the Fifth Court of Appeals, rather, the criminal court judge, and a longtime prosecutor from Dallas, and I could not have done this without you. Let's give her a hand. Members, I have just a few minutes of comments, about 5 minutes. I've been unusually quiet for the last 3 months since the House of Representatives sent the articles of impeachment against Attorney General to us on very short notice in the final hours of the regular legislative session. The law requires the Senate to receive the articles and have a trial, and once I realized I would be the presiding officer and judge, I thought it was my duty to be quiet on this issue. Otherwise, how could I oversee a fair trial? I've done my very best to do so the last 3 months, and especially the last 2 weeks. Now that the trial is over, I want to take a few minutes before we close to put a few remarks in the court record for future legislatures to read in the event of another impeachment one day on what the House and Senate did. Senators, first I want to once again thank you for doing your work. You all were thorough. You were thoughtful. You were professional. I watched all of you each day listen intently to every word that was said by every witness. Many of you took notes nonstop. I want to thank the Rules Committee. Senator Birdwell, the chair. I want to thank the Rules Committee for their tireless work. Senator Huffman, Senator West, Senator Hinojosa, Senator Creighton, Senator King, Senator Flores. You worked many hours for the last 3 months. You wrote 31 rules that were approved by the Senate 25-3. And those senators, when you brought them to them, they made adjustments and suggestions to those rules, as you know. It was a collaborative effort from all members. All of us studied past impeachments from all across the country to learn from the mistakes of past impeachments so we wouldn't make the same errors. Now, the 31 rules weren't perfect, but you can be proud of the rules you passed. They were our guide for these last 90 days or so and through this process. I want to mention one rule that really stands out to me for future legislatures, I believe, to follow. And that was putting a reasonable time clock on both parties to present their case. Otherwise, this trial could have lasted, as some others have, for months, or at least 4 or 5 weeks. Both sides were in agreement immediately on the time clock and how it should be allocated, and I appreciate both parties for your cooperation, not only on that, and much of that was actually part of your suggestion as well, but on every rule. I said to both parties when we met here a week before the trial to do a walkthrough that we wanted to have a fair trial and protect the integrity of the body, the integrity of this great chamber, and each of you fulfilled that. I was proud of both of you, how you conducted yourselves on the court. I feel it's important to set the full record straight on this trial because I want people in the future to have a full picture of what happened and how did we get here. I've spent most of the last 90 days, as many of you have, preparing for this trial. I've issued over 240 subpoenas. I've studied numerous motions, written multiple orders, read hundreds of pages of history, rules, documents, and worked on every detail of this trial with you and with our incredible Secretary of the Senate, the Clerk of the Court, who turned this chamber into a courtroom, and her great staff. I have had a total view of this process from the very first day the House sent over the articles of impeachment to us in May. With all due respect to the House, we didn't need to be told in the final arguments how important this vote was. I believe the quote was, "This will, if you're like me, be the hardest and most difficult and the heaviest vote that you will ever cast in your time in the legislature. This vote will be the vote you're remembered for most." Our members already knew that and have known that for the last 3 months. If only the House members who voted for impeachment would have followed that instruction in the House, we may not have been here. In the House, the vote to send the articles of impeachment against the Attorney General to the Senate happened in only a few days, with virtually no time for 150 members to even study the articles. The Speaker and his team rammed through the first impeachment of a statewide official in Texas in over 100 years, while paying no attention to the precedent that the House set in every other impeachment before. In the past, the House had transparent and open investigations for all to see, including other House members. The target of the investigation was notified and invited to attend with counsel and given an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses that were placed under oath before testimony was taken. At the conclusion of past House investigations, the evidence was laid out for weeks for House members to evaluate, not hours, before they took their vote on articles of impeachment. Representative John Smithy, a longtime House member who has argued cases before the Texas Supreme Court, spoke on the House floor during impeachment vote in May. He was one of only 23 who voted against impeachment. Representative Smithy said the House could not legitimately impeach General Paxton on the record because there was no record to send to the Senate. He said the House was not following the rule of law. He said the House approach, and I quote, Representative Smithy, hang them now and judge them later. Confirming this, Representative Murr, the chair of the House Investigating Committee, said on the House floor, the House is not the body that does the fact-finding. The fact-finding occurs in the Senate, and the oath for any witnesses would occur there. Well, that's just not true. As Representative Smithy said, that's exactly what they did in 1917. He said the last House impeachment of a statewide official in 1917 was Governor Ferguson. John Smithy said it was conducted like a full trial before the House sent it to the Senate. Witnesses were put under oath and cross-examined by the defendant. He said this time no House witnesses were put under oath, and the defendant was denied the right to cross-examine. Representative Smithy told his fellow members the House process was indefensible. Representative Smithy said the House did not follow the rules of evidence, and their case was based on triple hearsay that would never be allowed in court. I think Representative Smithy's speech was one of the most honest and courageous speeches I've ever heard of in the House. And if you want to watch it online, go to YouTube. Look up John Smithy, that's S-M-I-T-H-E-E, his floor speech on the Paxton impeachment. It's an amazing, courageous speech to give when he knew he was only one of 23 not voting for impeachment. In the next regular session, we should amend the Constitution on the issue of impeachment as currently written that allowed this flawed process to happen. Any testimony given in a House impeachment investigation must be given under oath, and the target of that impeachment must be allowed to present with a lawyer to cross-examine the witnesses. Otherwise, people can say anything they want without any accountability or need to be truthful because there is no threat of perjury. The House must also give members a minimum of 2 weeks to review all evidence given under oath before voting on such a serious matter. Had they done those two things, this trial may never have happened. And when the House sends articles of impeachment to the Senate, if they do in the future, the official should not be put on unpaid leave through the process. The federal system does not allow that. Why do we allow that in Texas? President Clinton and President Trump did not have to step down from the Oval Office from their duties during their impeachment process. And members, this is not a partisan issue. We owe it to future legislatures to make these changes so that no future official impeached by the House, whether Republican, Democrat, or Independent, is subject to the way this impeachment process occurred in the House this year. Millions of taxpayer dollars have been wasted on this impeachment. 31 senators and a large Senate staff that made this trial possible have put their family life, their jobs, their business on hold for the last 3 months after already being here from January to June. I'm going to call next week for a full audit of all taxpayer money spent by the House from the beginning of their investigation in March to their final bills they get from their lawyers. We will provide our cost as well that were forced on us by the House impeachment. One big difference, we didn't pay a huge team of outside lawyers and investigators. We did it mostly with our own staffs, working endless hours with no extra pay. As Representative Smithy said, this is not the way it has happened in the past in the House. That's why I believe we've only had 2 prior impeachments. Our founders expected better. It should have never happened this year, and hopefully it doesn't again unless we address this in the Constitution. And finally, members, may God continue to bless the greatest place God ever created on earth, the place we call Texas. We are the envy of the world. We are the America that all America used to be, and that's why people move here from every state in the Union by the hundreds of thousands every year. Members, each of you took an oath on the Sam Houston Bible on the first day of this trial. And I know no matter how you voted, you lived up to that oath and how you saw the evidence. I thank you again for the professionalism you demonstrated every day for the last 3 months. I'm honored and I'm proud to serve with you as Lieutenant Governor. Members, a judgment of acquittal or dismissal on all articles of impeachment satisfies Texas Constitution Article 15, Section 5. I will now sign the final judgment. This judgment will be filed with the Secretary of State, and Attorney General Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. is hereby, at this moment, reinstated to office. The President's desk is clear, and there is no pending business before the Senate. I'm now going to recognize the Dean for a highly privileged motion. The next thing I will do is have the jury retire, so lawyers and House managers, everyone stay in your seats till the members of the jury leave. Senator Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Court of Impeachment is hereby dissolved and we adjourn sine die pending submission of the final judgment to the Secretary of State.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, this concludes the proceedings. The Court of Impeachment is hereby dissolved, and we are adjourned sine die pending submission of the final judgment to the Secretary of State. Thank you, members.
Okay, well, we just heard that impassioned speech from Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick calling this a flawed process, saying that he's going to demand a full audit of what was spent by the House Board of Managers on this process, castigating it, saying that that before the House sent this to the Senate, that there should have been a full investigation, that witnesses should have been. Okay, we want to take a listen to Senator Gutierrez, who's speaking right now.
Y llegaron a puntos donde desafortunadamente hubo conclusiones de esta persona que llegó a...
Okay, so right now he's speaking to Spanish language stations. So anyway, we're listening to Lieutenant Governor Patrick, who was talking about, calling for a full audit of what the House spent on this, talking about how they did not put witnesses under oath, and how basically this was a rush and that they sent it to the House right before the end of the session. And now we have seen that there are, out of these 16 impeachment articles, there were 12 of them that ended with a 14-16 vote. There were 2 Republican senators, Kelly Hancock and Senator Bob Nichols, that joined in with the Democrats on the Democratic members on most of these. Bud Kennedy, I want to bring you in. You are an expert on what we saw here. Just talk to us about your reactions.
Well, Tanya, this milk carton has expired. The impeachment has been laid to rest, but Dan Patrick did some talking through his hat here at the end of it. You can't put the witnesses in the House committee under oath, because if they testify, then they're protected from future criminal prosecution. So you don't want to do that. Any change to the Constitution would require a 2/3 vote. So that's probably not going to happen. What we did see here was a change in some of the votes. I predicted all along it would be a 1-vote margin, probably 20-10. When the votes finally stacked up, obviously some of the middle of the road Republicans piled on. I looked at the list of Republicans. Brian Birdwell, who had voted against dismissing the charges, is the chairman of 2 committees. Joan Huffman is the chair of a committee. Brian Hughes, one of Dan Patrick's most trusted sidekicks, chairs 2 committees. They want to stay as chairs of committees. Mm-hmm. They don't want to be on the other side of the vote. They don't want to antagonize Republican voters. They don't want to get in the middle of this national Republican whirlwind. So they piled in with everybody else. The core 6 voters and the couple that had showed up in the later days were all there. All it took was, let's see, so we had 9. All it took was 1 more, and they got all these more. Then you had Phil King, Flores. Flores has the same political consultant that Dan Patrick and all the allies of Ken Paxton have. And then you had King and even Mays Middleton, who criticized Ken Paxton in committee. They all piled in with the Republican Party. You knew that it was going to come down to a more partisan vote. Okay. I want to before we bring Matt in, I want to take a listen to what Senator Gutierrez had to say.
Listen, they all have their reasons. I'm pretty sure that what we saw over the last day or so in this so-called deliberation has just been about politics rather than seeking justice. It's pretty clear. We all felt this going into this thing, that this was going to be a quote-unquote political trial with a capital P, and that's indeed what's happened here. Republicans sought to save their ass rather than do the right thing here. And the right thing is to convict a man that has stolen public money, that has used money to from a developer to go out and pay for the renovations to his house, and only until the day he got caught, he decided to pay for those renovations. He stole public money by asking people to go out and have us and this body go out and pay for the sham that he created when 7 highly conservative Republican whistleblowers started to call him out. He has stolen our resources. He has abrogated his responsibility to taxpayers. I mean, you name it. You all saw it for the last 7 days. It's right here. It's all in black and white.
Well, Senator Gutierrez has entered the race running against Republican Senator Ted Cruz, and he's also made quite a name for himself during the situation which happened in Uvalde, because that is the area he represents. We want to take a listen to what Republican Senator State Bob Hall has to say.
There was not one person that ever testified in the House that was under oath. All of what they put forward were second, third, and fourth hand interviews with hired attorneys. The House never heard a word of testimony. Nothing under oath. There was no evidence ever presented. And that's the problem they had over here, because there was no evidence.
Is this going to hurt your ability to legislate? Senator Hall, is this going to hurt your ability? What changes do you think need to be made?
We must require that testimony be given under oath, that the House be given adequate time to review the information that they're going to vote on. The House had like 24 hours to look at about 4 sheets of paper and then forced into a vote. Previous impeachments have had hours and days and days of testimony. There was no testimony.
Will there be consequences for House Republicans?
The thing that separates us from the banana republics is that we have due process in our legal system. And if you don't follow the due process, it doesn't work. It's held in all the rest of our legal system that due process. There was no due process in the House. It was just a gathering.
Your ability to legislate between the two chambers, the House and Senate working.
It will be an interesting challenge.
Is this a procedural issue for you, or do you just think Paxton has done nothing wrong, period?
There was no evidence. This has nothing to do with whether he's done something wrong or not. It has a definition of what's an impeachment and what the guilty is. I voted for dismissal on all of these because the procedure was not followed. We should have never had the trial. They did not follow a procedure. So, as a matter of fact, the Dallas Morning News referred to me as a sleazy coward, and along with my 5 other folks who voted for that. I think we were vindicated today.
Do you think Phelan needs to be ousted?
I'm not going to comment on that. I think the people need to take a look at what was done, and they need to decide for themselves who they want to continue leading this state. We are the greatest state in the nation. They look to us for leadership, and we need to have real leadership that does things right. And when you talk about impeaching someone, destroying their life, taking them out of office, if they've done something and there's evidence for it, that needs to happen. What we don't need to have are sham investigations that have no sworn testimony trying to put somebody out of office.
Would you like to see consequences for Republicans in the House across this world?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Would you like to see political consequences for the Republicans in the House who brought this forward?
I'm not. That's up to the people. You know how everybody voted. You know what they did. The people need to decide. That's one of the great things about our country. We have elections, and elections where we can handle the consequences of what's done.
Having said that, then, Senator, you think this will be an issue in 2024 in the legislative race?
I imagine it will be. Yes, I would expect it to be. We have squandered millions and millions of taxpayer money and wasted a great deal of time on a sham investigation as a result of a sham investigation.
Was there any doubt in your mind that Paxton would be acquitted?
I had no idea. I had no idea how the outcome would be. None at all. I think the senators did an incredibly good, diligent job of assessing what was happening. All I can say from my standpoint is the instructions we got were that it was up to the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And they utterly failed completely in what they presented with no evidence that would reach that level. And so until that was over and done with, I had no idea. So thank you guys very much. God bless you.
Okay, so you heard State Senator Bob Hall calling this a sham investigation and saying that millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money was squandered here. Okay, so now we're going to take a listen to Tony Busby.
Hey, Dan, since you didn't get your 30 minutes yesterday, can you go first? What's your reaction, Dan? Go.
No, it was relief. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. As the senator said, this investigation was a sham. It was a joke. For us to have to go through this, that is Ken Paxton and his family, as well as the senators and everyone else, is just a shame. As I mentioned in my argument yesterday, I'm literally sitting at the same table at lunch with one of the investigators who doesn't even bother to tell me this is going on. This should have never happened. The senators were outstanding. Our co-counsel, all of us working together, was outstanding, but it should have never happened. But
Where is the Attorney General, and have you spoken to him since this has all come down? What's he saying?
I think Tony has. I have not.
Let me just first say I want to thank our team. I mean, this was a Herculean task to put together a defense when we really didn't even know what we were defending. It made it very difficult, and we got some incredibly bright lawyers on our team who did a heck of a lot of work. And so I want to thank them on the Attorney General's behalf. I want to thank the senators for doing their job. I think you saw how thorough they were and how the notes that they took, and they took this incredibly seriously. This should have never happened, and I want to thank the court for giving us a just trial on behalf of Attorney General Ken Paxton. We are proud of the case we put on. We should not have had to prove our innocence, but that's what we did. And we believe that the court reached the right verdict. We're very proud of the work we did.
Tony, what was your mindset coming into today's verdict?
I was as nervous. Well, there's an old saying in East Texas. Maybe I'll say it this way. I was nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. We didn't know. There were no leaks. We had no idea how the jury would vote. All we were focused on was trying to put on the best case we could.
Had you ever been that nervous before?
Well, I've had 4 children, so probably not. Certainly not in the legal practice.
Why wasn't Mr. Paxton
The Attorney General, on where was he today during?
General Paxton has monitored this the entire time. We've been in constant communication the entire time, and I would expect his team and his staff will have remarks to make at some point, and I certainly won't, other than thanking the court, speak on his behalf.
The 4 articles regarding the securities, they were dismissed, kind of like without prejudice and all that. Where do we go for next? That's still
where do we go next? Your question was, where do we go next?
Yeah, where do we go next, other than the bar?
You know, Romans 8:28 says, "For all things work together for good for those who love God and are called according to His purpose." That means if it's not good, it's not over. And this is good, and now it's over. And Ken Paxton is the Attorney General of the state of Texas.
But he still has this cloud of these other pieces of, how does this play into those situations, or maybe just a question for Dan?
Well, he still has the pending state case. I expect that in light of today's verdict to have some serious, those people ought to think about going forward on that case. That's been a BS case since day one. That case, like this one, should have never been brought. They ought to dismiss it. If they don't dismiss it, we'll try them and beat them there just like we beat them here.
How does this change? October 6th court date for the securities fraud case, is that still set, the October 6th?
Yes, I mean, but that date is not a trial date. That's just a date to get a trial.
And Tony, how does this decision today, as dramatic and as overwhelming as it was, change the scope of the FBI into your plan?
I have no idea. I don't speak for the FBI. I try not to.
I can tell you this, the Attorney General is excited and ready to get back to work, and that's what he's going to do.
Do you believe the senators were responding to political pressure on either side?
You'd have to ask the jurors that. I don't know. I can only tell you we put on the best case we could put on in the time frame we had, and I'm very proud of our team. That's all I have.
I'm certain General Paxton will have a lot to say about this soon.
When will that be?
You just wait. You just wait.
Will he say it to us or will he say it
I
to
don't.
Where is he today?
News out.
Is he in McKinney or is he here in Austin?
I believe he's here in Austin. I expect we'll be meeting with him shortly.
What do you think was a defining moment that helped you get to where you are today during the trial?
The truth.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. The truth.
What's your response to statements that this was a political vote and not a vote of public facts?
I can't hear you because of
I can hear. I can hear you. To call this a political vote is to impugn the reputation of the senators who voted on it. They voted on the evidence. They were here to do that. They listened to 2 weeks of it, and they acquitted our client on every single count.
You don't think thoughts of the next election had any bearing in the outcome here today?
You'd have to ask the jurors.
This was a total vindication of the Attorney General, and that's how it should be viewed.
Why didn't you guys call George Bush or Johnny Sutton?
You'll have to ask Tony that. I don't know.
Mr. Cockdale, earlier, when Ken Paxton was facing his trial in Houston area, you had a quote something to the effect of, "We'll see what happens in the impeachment trial to determine what happens next in that criminal trial." What do you say happens next, knowing that he's been acquitted?
What happens next is they should dismiss the state case, and if they don't, we'll go try it. Like I say, we beat them here, we'll beat them there.
Did y'all consider calling up Nate Paul to testify, and if so, why was he not?
Well, I wouldn't expect Nate Paul is real anxious to testify because he's under indictment for a completely unrelated matter. So no, I didn't really expect he would ever testify.
On that note, can you give us some insight into what happened behind the scenes with Laura Alston and her being unavailable to testify?
There was no behind the scenes about it. The judge granted a motion to quash, and she didn't testify.
Mr. Cockdale, when do you expect that the securities case to be heard?
Well, given as I leave here and drive to Dallas for a 2-month trial beginning then, I expect that'll be tried next year. Not my dance card is pretty full. So.
Dan, we heard from Tony a few minutes ago say that he's never been this nervous really in the legal realm. You've done so many cases throughout the course of your decades as an attorney. Where does this one rank for you?
I guess I'm just weak because I'm nervous after every trial. I mean, from a misdemeanor to this and everything in between. I don't ever relax when a jury's out.
But where does it rank?
In terms of what?
Your trials that you have been a part of.
Oh, I mean, it's a big trial, but I've been in big trials, most of my career. I try to not to celebrate them and not to mourn them because there's one next week. It's like, how does this kid rate alongside your other kid? They're all your kids. You better handle them all.
If Paxton is vindicated, why not sit here and look these whistleblowers in the eyes during the trial? Why come for only 2 days? Why not sit here and
Look,
be part of
that was his decision. There was disagreement amongst our team as to whether or not that was the right decision or the wrong decision. The fact that lawyers disagree on something is about as exciting as today being Saturday. He chose not to. The law didn't require him to, so he didn't.
What
How
precedent
concerned
does
are
it
you
set for
about the
impeachment
ongoing
in
federal
Texas?
investigation?
I'm sorry?
How concerned are you about the ongoing federal investigation?
That's a firm I don't know. I don't talk to the FBI. They don't talk to me. I wouldn't like it if I was under investigation. Neither would you. But I have no communication with the Main Justice folks. They've chosen not to communicate with me, so I go to the next issue.
Mr. How are y'all getting paid?
How am I getting paid?
Yeah.
By Ken Paxton.
Out of campaign money or personal?
I'm sorry?
Personal funds,
That-
campaign funds?
How
All
are you?
applicable laws are being applied with, disclosure requirements will be applied with. That's when it'll be dealt with.
What were you going to say, Mr. Cockdale? How is he being paid?
And I was going to say, how are you being paid? What business is that of y'all?
My station comes, but is it coming from like Paxton's pocket? Is it coming from the state?
No, we're not getting a penny from the state. The people that made money from the state are the prosecutors, not us. We didn't get a dime from the state.
So no taxpayer dollars is what you're saying?
No, absolutely not.
Do you know whether he's paying with campaign funds, or do you know that?
I don't cross-examine it when somebody writes me a check. It's just not my nature.
You mentioned it'll follow all proper procedures. What do you mean? Were you referring to like campaign
Any
finance?
disclosure requirements, those will all be followed. That's when that information will come out.
Do y'all have any concern that this will have a chilling effect on future whistleblowers?
Look, no. What I'm relieved about is it won't have a chilling effect on people that run for political office. This is a trial that should have never happened, period, full stop. The right result happened, but it shouldn't have gotten this far. So if you have a legitimate whistleblower complaint, I don't think this should chill your concerns at all. I don't think these whistleblower complaints were appropriate, but that's not up to me. So no, I don't think it'll have a chilling effect.
Can you talk a little bit about this settlement agreement and this whole whistleblower case and what happens now that this is all done?
The courts will deal with that. I think Mr. Dorfman testified that the settlement agreement is in effect. We'll deal with that another time. Right now, I want to focus on just congratulating the Attorney General. This was a vindication for him.
What's the impact of the office?
I literally haven't spoken to him since this is over. We came in here and spoke to you. Speaking of which, let's go speak to Ken Paxton.
That's a good idea.
Is he coming back to work on Monday? Is he going to be?
Okay, you saw that. That was Tony Busby and Dan Cogdill, the main attorneys representing Ken Paxton. They're saying they're going to go talk to their client, and they're calling this a sham investigation. And Chris Hilton, who works in the Attorney General's office, saying this was a total vindication of the Attorney General. Matt, Matt Yarbrough, we have not heard from you yet. What is your reactions to everything we've heard so far?
Well, to me, this whole thing is just Republican fratricide, right? This is red on red, friendly fire. I mean, the Senator Hall, I don't really pay much attention to what the lawyers were saying here, but to me, the real important things we heard were from Senator Gutierrez and then Senator Hall. Having, whether it's Patrick's final speech, which all sound to me like that was written some time ago.
Before the trial.
Before the trial. And it sounds like this whole theory that they've come up with, especially Senator Hall, you could tell he was pretty upset about the Dallas Morning News calling him a sleazy coward. But this idea that the process was flawed in the House, what they're saying is that it's the process that ultimately created this problem that landed in their lap and that they felt like they had to deal with it. The process, as you noted, Bud, in the House, is that they couldn't take that testimony. And like references to triple hearsay, these senators all got to have these actual witnesses sitting in that courtroom under oath. Their statements weren't hearsay. And to say that this was a sham investigation, what they're really saying is no evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. That means they're saying that each one of those former deputies from the AG's office or Ranger Maxwell, that they were a sham, that their testimony, which is real evidence, it doesn't really matter what happened in the House. The House's process is to impeach, full stop. From that point on, it goes to the Senate. They have their job to do, which is completely independent from the House. So this whole sort of new made-up thing about the process has to be changed, we got to change the Constitution, I think this is stuff that they started creating long before today, before this vote was taken. And we kind of knew that, right, from the very beginning when you had pretrial motions and the actual senators were voting on these motions to dismiss. And before they had ever heard a shred of evidence, heard from, Mater, each one of these, who I think were just very credible witnesses and documents that were there. So to me, it comes back to Republican fratricide. It kind of reminded me a lot of jury nullification, where the jurors knew how they were going to vote before they ever heard the evidence and were not going to follow the law.
Okay, I want to bring in Jason Wheeler and Teresa Woodard, who are at the Capitol. Well, reactions?
Teresa just ran back in. You've been out there gathering all this different sound with the people coming out.
I ran over to try to talk to some of the senators as they left. Only a couple were willing. That's Senator Roland Gutierrez, a Democrat, who, of course, is also running for U.S. Senate, so he has reason to seek out the cameras and try to discuss. You heard from him what you expected to hear, which is that this was should have never happened the way it went down today. Interestingly enough, Senator Bob Hall from Edgewood, a Republican, said the same thing, should have never happened, but he wasn't talking about the vote, he was talking about the entire case. For him, it was, he said, procedural. He kind of echoed the same things that Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said when he was wrapping things up, really railing against the process that the Texas House of Representatives used. In addition, as soon as those senators moved out, in walked Tony Buzbee and the defense team. But you know what was interesting? I don't think I've ever used the word subdued to talk about Tony Buzbee,
I noticed
but
that
he was very much not on anymore, and he felt vindicated. Chris Hilton, who is an employee in the Texas Attorney General's office but was on leave in order to defend his boss, he called it a total vindication for the Attorney General.
Yeah, and speaking about Buzbee being way more subdued than we've ever seen him before, he says they were nervous going into this because they didn't know which way this was going. He said there were no leaks and that sort of thing.
Right.
I'm real curious to see where this goes from here now, because this is behind the state. What happens in the months ahead, in the weeks ahead, in the days ahead even, because there was already a pretty big chill. Keep in mind here, Texas is under total control statewide of Republicans. Democrats hold no control statewide here, and they haven't for a couple of decades and more. So, when you look at the Senate side of this building and you look at the House side of this building, people who observe from the outside might think, well, both are controlled by Republicans. There's a governor down the street who's a Republican. They're going to get things through the way they want to get things through. There is a very chilly relationship, even before this trial, between these two chambers. And you wonder, where does that go now, especially after that just excoriating speech from Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, basically, shooting a salvo across the Capitol here over to the House side. And we've got another special session coming up, and you just wonder how much is going to get done. That special session was held aside. It's on education and vouchers and so forth. It was set aside because they already couldn't come to an agreement during the legislative session. How much does this muddy that water now going forward?
A lot, in my opinion. And a source who works inside the Capitol and is very aware of everything going on said the exact same thing. He said, assume that vouchers are dead in the House. Who knows if that's going to be what happens, but I think that's the kind of thing that this planted a really bad seed between the houses. It was already there. Maybe it was already planted and this just poured some water on it.
Some fertilizer maybe around it too.
Yeah, but I do think, was it Matt Rinaldi who you spoke with for the Politics podcast?
Yeah, he's the chair of the Texas GOP party. Texas Republican Party.
He said if Ken Paxton is impeached, it would be civil war inside the Republican Party.
Right. But he even spoke to acquittal. And by the way, you can get that podcast right now wherever you get your podcast. Just look for Yolitics. It is an interesting discussion, though, because it's not often that you hear from a state party leader talking about their party and how they could have an all-out civil war depending on how something goes in an impeachment trial. And he even said, even if he's acquitted, we're not sure how long the memories of voters are going to be. Now, he said, we want to try to bring the party back together, but this has created a chasm in the Republican Party here in Texas.
Yeah, and that's what this insider friend of mine said too, that this created it. He was acquitted, but this created a civil war no matter what. And Senator Bob Hall, he said this will have an impact on 2024.
So it'll be interesting, Tanya, to see not only 2024 and what we look like in the primary season especially, but what do we see in the next month or so in the next special legislative session here.
It will all be very interesting, and I've just pulled up Ken Paxton's statement. He just put this out a few moments ago, and he is saying, today the truth prevailed. The truth could not be buried by mudslinging politicians or their powerful benefactors. I've said many times, seek the truth, and this is what was accomplished. He's calling this a sham impeachment coordinated by the Biden administration with liberal House Speaker Dade Phelan and his kangaroo court. that has cost taxpayers millions of dollars, disrupted the work of the Office of Attorney General, and left a dark and permanent stain on the Texas House. And he's also promising that that the Biden administration needs to buckle up because your lawless policies will not go unchallenged. And says his next address to the nation will be next week on Tucker Carlson. So we're hearing now from Ken Paxton. And we also heard just a short while ago a statement was put out by the governor, Governor Greg Abbott, saying that the jury has spoken and Attorney General Ken Paxton received a fair trial as required by the Texas Constitution. And he looks forward to continuing to work with the Attorney General to secure the border and protect Texas from federal overreach. I want to bring in Bud.
Well, gosh, Paxton's statement just plays into what I was going to say about what Bob Hall said. Looking at this from the conservative viewpoint, they say that Texas is the greatest state in the union. It's a conservative beacon for the whole nation, sets the bar for America. And the Texas Senate in particular sees itself as what's keeping all of America from going liberal. That the Texas Senate's promoting the most conservative laws, the most conservative policies to keep Texas conservative, keep Texas red, and keep America red. That if Texas ever goes blue, then that's the last big state. The Republicans won't win again. The Texas Senate, those 31, the Republicans in the Senate see themselves literally as holding the wall together against a whole Democratic takeover of America. They feel like they want to promote conservative policy. And then you get into what Paxton said. He's turning this all on Joe Biden and say that his ambition now his role as political attorney general, he's going to try to make Texas more conservative, promote conservative politics, use this bully pulpit to go after Washington, go after Joe Biden, and be more higher profile than ever before.
What do you think we're going to see next? I mean, are we going to see a real fight, even a greater fight within the Republican Party, Matt?
I just going back to Patrick's words at the very end of this in his statement. I mean, he just called out and attacked Representative Leach for what I thought was very authentic and powerful words and sincere. And then attacked the House managers, attacked the House itself and its process. That's the reason I come back to. This is Republican fratricide, and I think this is happening in a lot of places, not just in Texas. I mean, we saw Mitt Romney decide this week that he could no longer run as a Republican and would not run for the Senate again. He made a statement recently about Trump's second impeachment that other Republicans came up to him and said that they were fearful for their safety if they had voted to impeach Trump. So I think it's interesting that this is not just happening in Texas, it's happening on a national stage. And I think the Republican Party is still going through this civil war internally about where are they going to be going in the future. And to go back to your comments, Bud, about Patrick, you made the reference of the way it used to be in this country. I guess the other parts of the country.
That is a code word.
It is.
The way it used to be in this country was very different.
That's right, for a lot of different groups, a lot of different people. But I think it'll be interesting to see going forward is how does this, with the Republican-controlled Texas House versus the Senate, I've got to tell you, the House really did a service to the state by investigating this. Patrick wanted this to sound like a rush to judgment, but this evidence has been around for over 3 years. It was over 3 years ago that these deputies walked out of the Attorney General's office down to the FBI's office to turn all this evidence over. And here, Paxton in his office wrote a 400-page report wanting to put it all out there. So I think, until this all came up with the payment of the settlement, which kind of triggered that somebody needs to do something about this, because
question about that. I think that was made clear in 2016. I think it's still clear, and I think that any battle in the Republican Party is quickly being extinguished.
Well, let's talk about one thing we have not discussed is the two senators who consistently voted in favor of removal.
Bob Nichols and Kelly Hancock.
Explain that to our viewers, what happened there.
Robert Nichols is from East Texas. He's considered a leader on transportation. Actually, is the chairman of the Transportation Committee. He is often a bit of an antagonist. He's always voted with Republicans, but he's always kind of the sticking point. He says, well, why are we doing this again? And is this really what we need to do? Not on social issues, but often on other issues. He'll raise his head. He's probably there's not really anybody who dares be antagonistic to Dan Patrick in the Senate, but he does raise questions sometimes. Kelly Hancock from Tarrant County, North Richland Hills. Kelly Hancock had a powerful chairmanship of the Economic Development Committee, but he dared buck Dan Patrick on a couple of votes. He took Greg Abbott's side on a couple of occasions when Governor Abbott and Dan Patrick differed. Kelly Hancock was seen as Governor Abbott's voice in the Senate, and so Dan Patrick stripped him immediately of his chairmanship and busted him down. He still represents North Tarrant County, and he still votes with the Republicans on everything, has been huge on anti-abortion law in Texas and everything else, but he's just on Dan Patrick's bad list.
Okay. So what do we think happens now to this whistleblower settlement?
And I'll make the point that the state of Texas pays settlements for all of its agencies routinely, and it pays much larger settlements often.
But do we get the legislature to approve it? This is a $3.3 million settlement, and now you've had the Texas Senate make their decision on this.
I think it goes unsettled. I think this all goes back to court again because the state won't pay. And Matthew, correct me on what happens, but if you agree to a settlement but it's not paid, then it all has to be renegotiated. Is that right?
That's right. And now, if I were some of these deputies from the AG's office, based upon the statements in this proceeding that they lied, that they made things up, that they falsified information, I think they've got a great individual case for slander. And so I'd package that up and swing for the fences and go for a much higher number now.
Interesting. And I want to kind of recap what we know. So there were 16 articles of impeachment. 12 of them ended in a 14-16 vote to acquit. There was one, Article 4, which had to do with this allegation of disclosing undisclosed information allegedly to benefit Nate Paul. Now that was, he was acquitted on that one by a really lopsided margin. It was 2 votes yes and 28 votes nay. So, and then the rest of them, pretty much it was that 14-16 margin. But you called this one.
Well, I wish I'd gone ahead and thrown in and said once it's 20-10, then it's going to be a wider margin. I wish I'd thrown that in too. But I've said all along that I felt like that it would be dismissed, and I have said all along that I thought it would be by a vote. And from what I can tell, from what the Democrats are saying, it was, by 1 or 2 votes, and then the other Republicans piled in. So I just didn't see how the Senate. I think everyone watching this trial needs to understand. Maybe you've never seen this before. A lot of reporters have never seen this before. This was a typical day in May in the Texas Senate. This is what the Texas Senate is like from January to May every other year. Gavel, 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 party line votes, party line votes, party line votes, no matter what the topic is. They go through the cold weather of January, the cold weather of February. The blossoms start coming out. The flowers bloom in March. Austin is beautiful in March. Nothing changes inside that Senate chamber. April, May, it starts getting hot. You start getting down to the end of the session. Is the Senate going to pass any House bills at all? Dan Patrick hated Dade Phelan before this ever came out. The Senate just sits on anything that the House wants. And then, Dade Phelan will find some way to leverage a little action out of the House, and occasionally even they'll show up together on something. But then you get down to the final rush, and it's, Dan Patrick is the king. and what Dan Patrick says rules. And as we saw maybe after the trial, maybe this wasn't such an impartial king after all who ruled in this trial and made decisions about who was going to testify and not testify.
Well, he certainly, that did feel like a statement that was prepared. I do want to reintroduce you guys. This is Bud Kennedy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram and Matt Yarbrough, former federal prosecutor, and you also served in the Attorney General's office under John Cornyn. Since you worked in that office, just talk to me about your thoughts on what you heard about the way that office was functioning.
John Cornyn's?
Well, no, under Ken Paxton compared to what you experienced.
Oh God, just night and day. As I mentioned, I think when we started this over a week ago, is that John Cornyn had great deputies, wonderful people, and he really believed in bringing people from both sides of the aisle. So, in fact, his criminal chief is the fantastic SMU ethics professor Linda Eads, who served as his civil chief. He knew that she was a Democrat, and he wanted her on his staff, mainly because of her background with the state bar and commitment to ethics. As I mentioned to you before, Mike McCall was one of John Cornyn's right-hand, top deputies. Just a solid human being, really ethical lawyer and great lawyer. I just night and day looking at how that office was run compared to this one here, where consistently the Attorney General is putting his own lawyers in very difficult positions. You might have heard some of this on the witness stand a little bit, that many of them began to think about, well, not only is this unconstitutional, what he's asking me to do, I think it's a crime, I think it's immoral, but remember, each one of those lawyers is still licensed before the State Bar of Texas. So even if they were to follow orders, they may have a duty to raise the issue under their own bar license, or know that they would be risking their license and be disbarred. So each one of them, you could see them struggling with that as they were talking about it on the witness stand. You've heard comments like, this is a lawyer ethics 101. I believe that's one of the witnesses said. Every lawyer in the state of Texas that goes to an accredited American Bar Association law school must complete the professional responsibility bar test before their third year in law school. And so many of these issues that were raised here, like obstruction of justice, not intervening into a grand jury matter or a matter in which there is a sealed search warrant affidavit by a federal judge, I'm sure all of these lawyers were just thinking, I'm not going to have a bar card by the time this is all over and done with. So that's how I would, the juxtaposition between those two different offices.
Matthew, what's the debate like in the legal community? We've just gone through the continuing fallout from the Trump election challenge, where Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell locally, who's closely tied to a lot of prominent Republican donors in Dallas. Some of them admitted that everything they brought to court was made up. Is the legal community fracturing just like the rest of America about what's fake news and what's true?
I don't think so. I think, with a lot of people today, if you have your own position and you want to hear that point of view, that's all you really focus on and listen to. You don't really go out to other sources. I kind of see more of a consensus of the legal community coming together. As you've probably seen, great article in the Atlantic by Professor Tribe from Harvard and the conservative justice, I'm blanking his name, Judge Ludig, they've written this article basically about the articles of where you can file before state to bar a presidential candidate, basically if they were in insurrection or they aided and helped in that. So it's interesting to see people from the Federalist Society, which is so conservative, and many of these young or middle-aged lawyers were part of.
Right.
These whistleblowers, very conservative guys.
Right, and I think the combination of the Federalist Society, of these people have put out a lot of these great articles, along with people like Lawrence Tribe, is not thought of as conservative, very liberal. You're kind of beginning to see a lot of the legal community come together, I think, in that realm.
And I want to bring up that Senator Ted Cruz has put out a statement. He is congratulating Ken Paxton on, quote, being acquitted of every single article of impeachment. This was the right outcome, consistent with the will of voters. I look forward to seeing Paxton back in office, continuing to serve as the most effective conservative AG in America. Bud, what do you expect to see out of Ken Paxton once he starts back on the job?
Well, and I think Ken Paxton now is a political figure and not the head of a law firm. And I think that we see through some of this that maybe Ken Paxton isn't that good at being the head of a law firm. He obviously will be campaigning and leading Texas's challenges to the Biden administration, as he says to the Biden FBI and the Biden Justice Department. Texas will continue to challenge every move. We have the discussion along the border. We have the debates about health care funding. Everything about whether federal courts will have any say-so over issues in Texas prisons, in health care, child care. There are so many issues where Texas and the federal government are at odds. I think he'll continue to just go on every stump across the country and talk about how he stood up to the Democrats and won. He stands up to the Biden administration. He stands up to the Justice Department. I think this is all campaigning for 2024.
You see him running on the national stage next?
I don't see him running on the national stage because there are not many places you can run with this record outside of Texas. But
the other thing too is I'm not sure how Paxton would do when he, in these Texas elections, he doesn't have to do a lot of debates and public appearances, and I'm not sure how well Paxton would do in a national sort of election for U.S. Senate, let's say, or some other office where he would have to take on an opponent, debate, and present. I don't think he's going to come across as well.
The other thing that Dan Cogdell brought up in his statements is he was talking about those securities charges that Ken Paxton still faces down in Harris County. Those are the charges. He was indicted back in 2015 on 2 first-degree felony counts and also a third-degree felony count. And he was basically saying that they needed to think about just getting rid of those charges and dismissing them and making them go away. I'm paraphrasing.
I wanted to ask Matthew about that too. Are there any situations in the law where the jury can just vote and say, make this go away?
No, especially since he's been indicted on this. So you've had a grand jury return an indictment, and so it has to go forward. Now, granted, they could move to dismiss the case, but I don't see that happening. It's in the process, and then I guarantee you Cogdell is probably looking forward to that next trial.
Well, and where that stands is that the Texas Supreme Court ruled, I think it was back in May or June, on the issue of venue, because there was this fight that lasted several years about should it be in Collin County, should it be in Harris County. Obviously, Collin County would have been better ground for Ken Paxton, but the Texas Supreme Court, which is Republicans, voted to leave it down in Harris County, and so we're expecting a trial on that based on just a little reading the tea leaves, probably sometime early next year, but it's really hard to say. When the indictments came down in 2015, I didn't think we would still see them, still ongoing in 2023. So, it's kind of hard to predict these things.
And Harris County is going to be a less favorable jury pool for Ken Paxton. Remember, back during COVID, Paxton was like suing Harris County every other day, whether it was over COVID or whether it was drive-in voting or other issues like that. He was filing lawsuits one after another against Harris County. So,
and again, taking Ken Paxton's side on that is a securities violation that has already been adjudicated by the Securities Commission. He's already acknowledged most of it.
That's the third degree felony thing. That has been adjudicated. That issue.
So he's already acknowledged much of it. This has never in records been prosecuted as a criminal offense in Collin County. Can't find anywhere in the state of Texas it's ever been prosecuted. It does seem to be prosecuted only against Ken Paxton.
Well, Okay, I know a little bit about that one because I've covered it. The third-degree felony count, which has to do with the failure to register, you're correct. Actually, when he was a state rep, he actually voted to make that the law in Texas that if you fail to register, you can be charged criminally. He did acknowledge that, and that is what that charge relates to. The first-degree felony charges relates to a different situation having to do with a company called Servergy, and there was a state representative that he got to invest in that, and there are allegations
a Republican.
And so
accused of defrauding a fellow Republican.
and those are, it's a fairly complicated case, but it basically has to do with that he was being paid with stock to get others to invest, and that he didn't tell people about it.
He wasn't disclosing it.
Right, and that's the issue there, that failure to disclose. And so, we'll see how that all turns out. Just as we kind of begin to wrap up, I just want to kind of get y'all's, start getting kind of final comments, final thoughts. I mean, regardless of where you stand on things, what we saw this last couple of weeks was definitely historic.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens in another 100 years, we won't be here for it, But I think, looking at this, I kind of come up with the takeaway being that this is very different from the other two impeachments we saw at the national level. And I come back to this being Republican fratricide and Patrick calling out the House at the very end of this. I mean, it's in a real trial. The federal judge at the end of the case doesn't give his opinion to the jurors. So this was, you could tell, as we all agree, this was in the can, and they were going to take this tack of sort of a rush to judgment sort of theme on their accusations of it. But I think this makes this a very unique event, not just in Texas history, but to watch the Texas Republican Party sort of this infighting that's going to be going to the next level, it appears, going into the next special sessions.
Well, first of all, this is more your category of mine, but this is an important part of the justice process, that an indictment is only suspicion, some evidence that a crime might have been committed or that a violation might have been committed, and it's presented then and prosecuted before a jury, and the jury has to make that decision.
Well, but they has to be proved before a grand jury,
right?
And you have to meet the probable cause level,
right? So the House decided there was probable cause, and then what we saw here was the Attorney General, brought to account and brought to court over some of these things that happened that may have been loose circumstances, but they appeared to all be coordinated to benefit one or two people. So there was a trial. The Attorney General was brought to account. The proof, evidence was presented and refuted. All that process is the way it's supposed to happen. And then the jury made its decision. The jury is made up of politicians, just as the House is made up of politicians who make political decisions for political reasons. You have to remember that. Despite what was said, the Bush era in Texas is not over.
Are you sure?
I think that we'll see that.
Okay. Well, we're also, one of the things we're waiting on right now is that the House Board of Managers is supposed to be coming out pretty soon. I believe they're setting up. Let's see if we can see the podium there. We're waiting on them to come out. And, Dan Patrick really attacked them. I mean, fellow Republicans. So just I'm curious what y'all think about that. I mean, are these Republican House Board of Managers going to face primary challenges? Are these 60 people that are, and the other Republicans that voted for this?
Some of them already do face primary challenges, or will. The others will be questioned, but they'll say, "Hey, look at all this. I mean, there was a lot to go on. We sent it over to the Senate. We don't know what they did with it." So, I think that there are other issues that are more important to the voters: taxes, vouchers. There are other topics that will come more into play in the primary than what they did or didn't do to Ken Paxton. There might be a couple of swing races where they attempt to put up some sort of America First candidate to challenge, but that really is very rarely successful. We always see that these threats that there's a fracture in the party and the the conservative challengers, the Tea Party, the Freedom Caucus, whatever label they're going under this week that they're going to take over. They always go out, they spend millions of dollars of West Texas oil money, they win a couple of seats, and they lose a couple of seats, and they come back with another 10 seats in the House, and nothing changes.
What do you think happens with Representative Leach, though, and Andrew Murr? I mean, they were pretty front and center here.
Nothing at all. I think they're both pretty strong in their district. You know, Representative Leach and the people of Collin County, have voted pretty strongly. So.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean,
he's home among the people. He's not out traveling around going to Maine.
Speaking of Tucker Carlson, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Right. Not the Bushes. Speaking of Tucker Carlson.
Matt, but I think you have to go do.
I have to go tape our Sunday show.
I know. Bud has got to get up here in a second and go tape Inside Texas Politics, which is our show that's going to run tomorrow.
If you all will be viewing at 9 a.m.
Okay, so I'm gonna excuse Bud, and then Matt and I can continue because I have to because you did tell me you had to leave at 2. So I'm just be sure to turn that mic off. But as you can see, we've got a live look there, the seal of Texas there. We're waiting on the House impeachment managers to come out and, talk and see what they have to say. Matt, what are you expecting we might hear from them?
I'm very interested to hear this. They were attacked, Representative Leach and Representative Murr, and I can't wait to hear their response, especially the attacks Patrick had on the process in the House. I wonder if they'll respond to that with some comments. I think part of it is because they really did present, sort of a, Detective Joe Friday kind of case, just the facts, bam. And I thought they did a very good job of that. And that might be one of the things they're going to say here is we had this evidence before us, we brought it directly, it was not based upon triple hearsay, we put the actual witnesses under sworn testimony before the senators for them to make their judgments, we put the documents out there before them, so I wonder if they're going to defend the case they put on to say, no, we didn't have our lawyers, Hardin or DeGuerin, get up and do an hour opening and give a political speech the way Busby and Cogden did. They got up and used 10 to 15 minutes of their opening, and they talked about what their case was about and the pursuit of the truth and doing the right thing. If you remember, Murr brought up the old Sam Houston quote, in the beginning and then also in his close. And so that part of it, I'm expecting to hear about that they put on in good faith evidence, direct evidence, because almost zero hearsay got let into this case. Even stuff that was not hearsay got pushed out and was ruled by Patrick not to come into the case. So that reference to triple hearsay I find absolutely shocking when the witnesses were there before them. One of the things that I'm just still kind of reeling about is how do all those witnesses feel now? Because if you remember, Representative Leach said, Ranger Maxwell, look into the former AG deputies. We hear you. We see you.
Okay, let's take a listen to
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Murr. I'm chairman of the House Board of Managers, and I have my vice chair, Ann Johnson, with me. Provide you a statement, and we'll take a few questions. We always knew that a 2/3 vote of the Senate, as required by the Texas Constitution, would be a challenging threshold to meet, especially in light of the millions of dollars that Mr. Paxton's apologists have spent to influence and intimidate Texas senators and Texas constituents. Still, as chairman of the House Board of Managers, I am proud of the case that we presented because it demonstrates considerable, uncontested, uncontroverted evidence of Mr. Paxton's corruption. We did our duty to bring the evidence into the sunlight through this impeachment process, and that exists for that very purpose. This trial painted an accurate and clear picture of an out-of-control attorney general who refused to listen to the desperate warnings of his conservative lawyers that he had entrusted to help run his office. Throughout this trial, the attorneys who worked most closely with Mr. Paxton described how his actions turned their loyalty and their belief in his conservative ideals into profound disappointment that required them to act. They repeatedly tried to stop Mr. Paxton from putting his own interests and those of a friend above the interests of 30 million Texans. When Mr. Paxton refused to listen, and after he went behind their backs to try to accomplish his abuses of office, they properly voiced their concerns to law enforcement. These brave, principled public servants spoke up for what was right. They put themselves at personal and professional risk to protect the people of the state of Texas from Mr. Paxton's persistent determination to help Nate Paul at any cost. My colleagues in the Texas House and I did not take on this lightly. We fully understood the weight of impeachment and the enormity of the pressure we would face to look away from this corruption. However, we also understood the severity of that corruption, and it was our duty to listen to the highly conservative attorneys who had witnessed Nate Paul hijack the office of the Attorney General for his own gain. Further, despite countless opportunities to do so, Mr. Paxton has still never explained why he was so determined to help one person, Nate Paul, over the desperate warnings of his most trusted aides. Regardless of the results, I am proud to have defended the interests of our fellow Texans and to have stood up for integrity and propriety in public service. I am grateful to the members of the Texas House who were willing to bring Mr. Paxton's behavior to light, as well as the outstanding attorneys and staff who helped us present this case to the Texas Senate and the public. I especially want to thank my House colleagues who have served on the House Board of Managers. I also want to thank the former aides of the Attorney General who stood on principle, again, at great personal and professional expense to themselves and their families. And while I disagree with the decision of a minority of senators to excuse Mr. Paxton's abuses of office, I know that we presented a factual, credible case that honored the standard to which all elected officials should be held. And importantly, I will note that our constituents have a high regard for the oaths of office that every public official swears to. Thank you, and we'll take a few questions. Right here.
You talked about how a minority of senators voted this way, but the reality is that the majority wanted to work with. You already mentioned it was going to be a tall order. You needed 21 votes. No article of impeachment got more, like a simple majority. What does it say about the case that you presented, though?
I'll say it this way. We heard the Lieutenant Governor explain in the media before trial that this is not a civil trial. It was not a criminal trial. It was a political trial. And at the end of the day, you have to understand that we provided all the evidence that you would in a formal trial, encased and wrapped up in a political trial.
Chairman Murr, what would you have done differently?
I would not do anything differently. The House acted pursuant to its rules, statutes, and the Constitution. We presented a case over 2 weeks with thousands of pages of exhibits in a compressed time frame, and we met our burden of proof. But I'm not part of the jury that makes the final decision, and that was up to the Texas Senate pursuant to the Constitution. Hold on.
Retribution for the House members, especially Republicans and yourself.
Can I answer the question? Sure.
I am incredibly proud, and the people of Texas should be incredibly proud that the Texas House, in an overwhelming bipartisan manner, said that public trust was more important than politics. And the Lieutenant Governor did signal to us weeks ago that this was not going to be a civil or a criminal trial, but a political trial. And it surely was. Those that voted to acquit were wholeheartedly Republican. The House took a stand on the evidence that was to be presented. Our lawyers, the Board of Managers presented overwhelming evidence that Ken Paxton is the most corrupt politician in the state of Texas at this time. And the Republicans in the Texas Senate just returned him to the office of top cop. I will rely on what I said on the floor of the Texas House. God help us.
Does it say anything that the Lieutenant Governor had a 2 or 3 page prepared speech ready to read at the end of this proceeding as to whether he knew what the outcome was or whether he had his thumb on the scale?
Yes, you would always believe in a trial that the judge is not aware of the outcome. But he did seem to have prepared notes ready to attack members of the House and the House process. And let me tell you, I have spent decades in law enforcement and criminal justice, and I am proud of the work that our investigators and our lawyers did, and the whistleblowers. The whistleblowers. Resounding conservative public servants loyal to the Republican Party that at the time that they realized that criminal activity was happening by the top cop, that they went and reported it. You have not heard over the last 2 years their story, and you have not heard it because Ken Paxton ensured that you wouldn't. We were given 24 hours to try to get that to you, and we did all we could and everything we could to present all that evidence and the thousands of documents. And Chairman Murr said yesterday, here it is, the thousands of pages that you can review before coming back with your verdict. Those documents showed that there was a fraudulent construction company that was doing renovations on the Attorney General's house in June, sending countless emails to Nate Paul and pictures of the Paxton's home to Nate Paul, that they moved back in the middle of the summertime, that no invoices had ever been made, and the minute Brandon Kamek gets a cease and desist letter from those conservative, loyal Republicans who blew the whistle on crimes, within hours, Ken Paxton is texting somebody and say, can you write a $121,000 check out of my blind trust to a construction company that didn't exist under the laws of the state of Texas until the next month, and the invoice, according to the metadata, wasn't created until the next day. Tell me how you dismiss that evidence as a public and as a public official at a moment in time where this proves the hyper-partisan nature that I believe, and so does Chairman Murr, Texans are desperate for us to walk away from and to restore public trust. That is what the House did. And I will forever be proud of the work that we have done and that the House has done.
Why did we hear from Nate Paul and Laura Olson?
So just hypothetically, if I may explain.
Would you say it again, please?
Why didn't we hear from Nate Paul and Laura Olson?
So why don't you hear from Nate Paul and Laura Olson? And if you don't mind, I'm going to hypothetically go through this because you may have seen that there were times when the criminal rules applied and there were times when the civil rules applied. As a prosecutor, I am not allowed to call somebody who wants to assert their Fifth Amendment right. I can't bring them to the stand under criminal rules. I can't do that. If I do that, it's unethical and you can be disbarred. In a civil case, you can call people all day long and they can take the stand and take the Fifth over and over again. And so in this circumstance, you saw that the criminal rules were applied to the benefit of Mr. Paxton to not have to be called by the House. And so I am proud of what the House lawyers did. I am proud, and so is Chairman Murr, of what we did. You know what we did? We followed the rules.
So is that a confirmation?
We followed the law. We followed the rules, and I'm proud of what we did.
Is that a confirmation they were both going to take the Fifth?
No, because I'm explaining what you can and cannot do in a civil and criminal trial, and I just hope that the people of Texas will know that the people that they elected from the Texas House took our job seriously. We followed the rules, we followed the ethics, and the rules that were put in place for us to do it, we followed it.
Thank you.
How much of your
What are you going to do with those? Thank you for your time today.
What are you going to do with those 4 articles that are still pending?
Okay, we just heard from Ann Johnson, a Democrat, and Andrew Murr, a Republican, defending their investigation and essentially saying that they had demonstrated uncontested evidence of Mr. Paxton's corruption and attacking Dan Patrick and the decision in the Senate. Y'all's reactions here.
I love the statement that she said. That Mr. Paxton is the most corrupt politician in the state of Texas right now, and the Senate just returned him to the top cop position.
God help us.
God help us.
And of course, we know, despite rhetoric, the Attorney General is not the top cop. I mean, the district attorneys are the top cops in Texas. The Attorney General is the top litigator. But we call him the top cop sometimes to exaggerate. I think what you see there, you saw a Democrat and a Republican speaking together. It was Ann Johnson's passion that brought the House to vote the articles of impeachment back in May. Go back and listen to it. It will just make you run off the road about the evidence in this case. She wasn't allowed to perform here, although they had other good prosecutors. But what we see most of all is that bipartisanship is a bad word. They're trying to make it a bad word. They're trying to make it a bad word in the Texas House. The Texas House has to work together. The Speaker is elected together by both parties. That's how things get done in Texas. We have one chamber where both parties have to work together and actually agree on what's good, and a majority has to agree on that. They're trying to make bipartisanship into something awful and terrible and negative. There's a faction in the Republican Party that has tried to do that for 20 or 30 years, and this is another example. These prosecutors are being attacked because they had Democrats among the prosecutors. The Republicans who voted for impeachment were attacked because they voted with Democrats. The Republicans in the Senate were told today that they could not vote with Democrats. They all had to vote with Republicans. You are attacked if you simply have a conversation with a Republican, with a Democrat, if you cooperate with a Democrat, if you co-sponsor anything with a Democrat. This is Washington politics come to Austin.
Which is not something that wasn't the way it used to be.
Well, we could talk about the way it used to be, but the way it used to be was George W. Bush had a Democratic lieutenant governor and so forth, but all that left town along with George W. Bush.
Yeah, it's just a whole different world, and you're right. It's much more of the Washington approach to politics.
Much of that, Tanya, is driven by the nationalization of news, the nationalization of political coverage. We don't follow local politics anymore. People don't know who their county commissioner is. They don't know who their state representative is. They don't know who their senator is. The people who are upset about this verdict don't know who to go out and call. They have to sit down and look and say, who's my senator representative again? I'm going to call that guy with a mustache. It looked like he was in charge. They don't really know anybody local that they vote for. But they know the senators in Georgia better than they know their own county judge. And that's what's happened. We've made everything a national network entertainment content, and we don't have any real attention to politics, government, or how the state needs to work, or the county, or the city.
I mean, just look at Paxton's statement attacking these former deputies as liberals, and then putting in this statement that not only is on the way to go see Tucker Carlson, but he's attacking Joe Biden.
Okay, so what do you see as the future here in Texas? I mean, where are we headed now with this after this decision?
You mean politically, or
looks like we're headed to Tucker Carlson? I think that's we're just headed for a continued political divisiveness, and the Republicans, of course, dominate Texas totally. They dominate every office, every statewide office. They've held the state house now for like 20 years. So they continue to control everything in Texas, every part of Texas, and yet they continue to complain about things that are terrible in Texas when they've been in charge of Texas for 20 years and things haven't gotten fixed. But we're going to continue to go down this road of more division, more partisanship, and then the Republican conservative faction that's trying to drive the party further and further toward the conservative level. We don't have any functional Democratic Party or even a moderate faction right now to respond. There's been a little bit of a response by some of the Republican moderates today, and of course we just saw the House speakers. But it really, moderate's a bad word. Bipartisan's a bad word. Anybody that tries to work together is considered awful and terrible and bad for the conservative movement, and we're trying to keep Texas red.
And so how does this play into 2024?
In 2024, the House seats don't change. They change a couple back and forth. The Senate doesn't change. We have loggerheads again between Dade Phelan and Lieutenant Governor Patrick. More than ever, we have bitterness. The two chambers are a few steps apart of the Capitol, but now they're miles apart in philosophy. We continue to have a state government that functions only, at the last minute when the calendar demands it. It just becomes more and more difficult to run the state of Texas.
Okay, so just to recap, we saw today a historic decision. Ken Paxton acquitted on all 16 articles of impeachment. On 12 of them, he was acquitted by the vote was 14 to 16, and we did see 2 Republicans join in voting for that, but most Republicans, by and large, voted to acquit. And then now we want to wrap up our extended coverage, and we'll see much more tonight at 10. And definitely you want to take a look at Inside Texas Politics tomorrow, and Bud will be on that show. And thank you so much for joining us. Okay, well,
it was two late rants there. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're still on the live stream, guys. We just off the air.
Okay.
So I am going.
Well, like I said, two late rants, Tanya.
Yeah.
So
but we are gonna wrap it up because I'll be honest with you, I have not eaten and I am really hungry. I do want to appreciate you guys for having joined us and kind of taking part in this marathon as we were going through all these different.
How many weeks has this been? Only 2. Is
only
that really
2.
Right?
2. Yeah. Well, it's kind of typical of trials in my experience. We get to the end of it, and here we are. So. But I do really want to thank you guys, and thank you so much for the folks on our live stream that have stuck with us through this.
Faithfully, and sent so many comments.
Faithfully, yes.
And by the tens of thousands sometimes. It's this is really great to have this, Tanya.
It is, and I really appreciate being able to do it. I think it's provided important perspective throughout, and so thank you guys for spending your Saturday with me. And,
thank you, Tanya. It's a great format.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to let you guys go, and because Bud has to go shoot Inside Texas Politics, and Matt and I have
plans for the weekend. Let's go.
So anyway, thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate it.